And once I see more and more and more programs that are indiscriminate and broadly based, I realize that our surveillance programs operate on the same principles as the worst governments on earth, because they are not controlled most strongly by law or by policy as by possibility.
Let us look at the traditional domains of warfare. We have the land domain, the maritime domain, and of course the air domain. More and more important becomes the space domain. But interesting is that there are two domains which are more and more dominating the other ones. And this is the cyber domain, because it's more or less going through all the other ones.
Cyber and space domains. Warfare in the cognitive arena mobilizes a wider range of battle spaces than solely the physical and the information dimensions can do. Its field of action is global and aimed to seize control of the human being, civilian as well as military. It's a whole of government problem.
I think that there is a connection to directed energy, electromagnetic waves, spectrum, in particular microwaves, that the Soviets were bombarding a particular corner of the embassy with microwaves.
Because these crimes against humanity must be regulated, controlled and stopped. The hybridization of human minds.
The government has to acknowledge that this is happening to civilians.
The Swiss medic has signed a contract with Bill Gates and WHO. And this is abnormal.
So basically he literally tried to lobby himself into the WHO as a member state to basically found the country of Bill Gatestan.
On January of 2017, the Office of Science and Technology Policy of the White House issued the current policy.
And coincidentally,
I have not
the
changed
definition
any
appeared
definition.
On the same day the NIH said that yes, there was a gain of function in Wuhan, the same day the definition appeared, the new definition, to try to define away what's going on in Wuhan. Until you accept it, until you accept responsibility, we're not going to get anywhere close to trying to prevent another lab leak of this dangerous sort of experiment. You won't admit that it's dangerous, and for that lack of judgment, I think it's time that you resign.
What is the value of your vote? Your vote means whether or not the Constitution stands for anything, whether or not you have the right to pray. The First Amendment is everything. It is our media. It's our ability to speak.
I think one of the most terrifying parts of it involves a suggestion that the government should be setting ground rules for what speech is or is not allowed.
We have created tools that are ripping apart the social fabric of how society works.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Richard Dowling, VP of the European Coalition Task Force. I'm from Kilkenny, Ireland, and today I present to you European Coalition Task Force Conference on Information, Total Information Control. To quote Noam Chomsky, he who controls the media controls the public. Last summer we had a very important story that was a huge hit across mainstream media and social media platforms. Was it the war in Ukraine? Elon Musk's takeover of Twitter, the Supreme Court abortion leak? None of those. It was actually the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp court case, which of course was entertaining in some ways, and we do need entertainment. But should something like this really be making mainstream news globally, day after day? Meanwhile, the war in Ukraine gained momentum. A war in which Putin was portrayed as the mad dictator, and of course NATO, the superheroes, were there to protect Ukraine, spending billions and billions of taxpayers' dollars on military investment. And they continue to fuel the fire rather than negotiate peaceful terms. But NATO's role in the war in Ukraine and the billions spent on this proxy war is not questioned in mainstream media. A totally different picture is painted. Similarly, during the COVID-19 pandemic, those who questioned the mainstream narrative and tried to stand up for their rights in relation to the vaccines on social media and even with their family and friends were ridiculed and labelled anti-vaxxers. And conspiracy theorists And of course, mainstream media covered very little about the Fauci gain of function research in the CIA-funded Wuhan lab in China. Nature refers to a term cognitive warfare. They say cognitive warfare integrates cyber, information, physiological and social engineering capabilities to achieve its ends. It takes advantage of the internet and social media to target influential individuals, specific groups and large numbers of citizens selectively and serially in society. It seeks to sow doubt, to introduce conflicting narratives, to polarize opinion, to radicalize groups, and to motivate them to acts that can disrupt or fragment an otherwise cohesive society. Very recently, a number of FBI agents have joined thousands of US government workers who have reported direct data energy harvesting attacks that leave them with permanent brain damage. A large number of citizens across the world have not only reported but have been diagnosed by specialists with the same condition as the FBI and CIA agents. This is said to be the result of a physical disposition that can only be caused by being hit with directed energy weapons. Yet the CIA claim to be baffled by such attacks, even though there is a long and well-documented history of directed energy weaponry development between the US and Russia. 12 Chinese companies and institutions were sanctioned in 2022 for the development of mind control weaponry. To quote Dr. James Giordano, chair of IEE Neuroethos program and advisor in this field to DARPA, on the subject of mind control, he says, "We currently have the technology to read and write into the brain in real time using the same technology that powers your cell phone." He says this is not science fiction, that this is science fact. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we are here to present to you today. Our distinguished speakers will present you with scientific, factual evidence relating to some appalling and atrocious acts being carried out across the world by those who lurk in the shadows. They control the media and how the most important relevant information is disseminated. They control the government for the most part. They control the hearts and, most purposefully, they control the minds of the masses. I would ask you to please consider the facts you're going to be presented with today. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our distinguished speakers. First up, we have the 6'2" Viking-esque man from Stockholm, Sweden, who will introduce you to the efforts of European Coalition Task Force in exposing war crimes for the last 20 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Magnus Olssen.
Hi, everyone. Very nice to be able to now focus on conferences, and the coalition in itself will continue with this kind of conferences. And now I will tell you a little bit about the coalition, the European Coalition Task Force Against Covert Harassment. And the founders of this coalition was me, Magnus Olssen, and Dr. Rauni Lena Kilde, which was the actually head doctor of Northern Finland at that time. And it was also founded by a lawyer, Henning Witte. What we have seen through the years, 20 years ago we started this, and what we have seen through the years is an explosion in victimized people. And this is awful, because what kind of world are we facing? We are facing total control, yes? So with that, I would like to say that I could leave the word over to, I believe it's Len now up next.
Yeah, I believe we have Dr. Len Ber up next, who was himself a victim of being hit with so-called directed energy weapons. He's worked very hard to go down all the correct routes to actually collect scientific evidence to prove what is happening to him. And of course, it's getting very to little no coverage and no coverage in mainstream media and all the mainstream media groups. So yeah, hello to Dr. Len Ber. Are you available? Are you there?
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, hello everybody. I am. My name is Len Ber. I'm honored to be a part of this distinguished panel and tell you about Havana syndrome and my personal journey related to it. Iris, next slide, please. First of all, a disclaimer. I will be talking about diagnosed cases of Havana syndrome, which includes 2,000 cases of federal employees who were according to intelligence reports issued in January and February this year. Their medical condition was attributed to pulsed electromagnetic energy, particularly in the radio frequency range, which is also a conclusion of National Academy of Sciences for these cases. And I am also going to be talking about diagnosed and validated cases of Havana syndrome among civilians attacked domestically. And I live in the Chicago area, so this is about cases domestic to the United States. Next slide, please. All right, first of all, I want to give you a Havana syndrome timeline from my perspective. It's not an exhaustive timeline, but they're important events that I will highlight, and they're related to the theme of this conference, the information control, how the information evolved. So the first case of Havana syndrome, at that time it was not known as Havana syndrome, but there's a reporting of patient 0, a CIA employee who was called Adam in the reporting of Zeit magazine, a very exhaustive, very deep investigative reporting that we saw in this German publication. The first attack happened at the very end of 2016, December 29. Adam was hit by this attack, lost consciousness. It was a very debilitating, and then he had series of debilitating attacks. And in August of 2017, he resigned from the CIA. So attacks continued through August of 2017, and that includes Dr. Andrews, or this is his pseudonym. He was part of CNN reporting. He was a CIA doctor who went to investigate this syndrome, and he got attacked himself. In May of 2017, evaluation of Cuban diplomats and spies started at the University of Miami. It's a team assembled by otoneurologist, the leading otoneurologist, Dr. Michael Hoffer. And in August of the same year, evaluation started at the University of Pennsylvania at the brain laboratory led by Dr. Douglas Smith. In October of 2017, Havana syndrome term first appeared in the blog called inteltoday.org, and it was coined by Dr. Ludwig D. Breckellier, and he was also the first one to suggest that these events are related to microwave attacks, later confirmed by Dr. James Lin, a physicist here in Chicago at the University of Chicago. 2018, finally, papers started coming out. The first paper, scientific paper on Havana syndrome came out in March by University of Pennsylvania team that described this condition, described what constitutes, what happened during exposure, what kind of complaints these people have, and the findings. In May, in addition to cases in Havana, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo announced that mysterious attacks were also happening in China. And in June, Department of State called these incidents unexplained health incidents, and later renamed them AHI, or anomalous health incidents. So this is the language that the government wants us to use, and we'll talk about it later a little bit. And finally, in December of 2018, at the very end, Dr. Hoffer's paper was published, and he named this condition, this newly discovered syndrome, acquired neurosensory dysfunction. A lot of people think that this is a form of traumatic brain injury, but it's actually a condition different from traumatic brain injury, and thus his team came up with this term, acquired neurosensory dysfunction. But when you look at the paper he published, it's all about patients in medevac from Havana. So this is somewhat synonymous. This is a sort of a transitional term that was first coined by the diagnosis was named by Dr. Hoffer's team. Later next year, 2019, in July, a second paper by University of Pennsylvania was published in JAMA, and it talks about neuroimaging, and the team called it brain network disorder because of what they discovered on this special type of imaging called fMRI DTI, which stands for diffusion tensor imaging. And in December of 2019, finally, first and the only really CDS report was issued that gave us a case definition of Havana syndrome as a biphasic disorder. And so there's an attack phase, and once attacks stop, there's a chronic phase. Next slide, please. Iris, can you hear me?
Yes, it's on the next slide, 2020.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now we're in 2020. Another paper was published in June by both Professor Belvan and Dr. Hoffer. Dr. Belvan is with University of Pennsylvania. Hoffer is with University of Miami. That paper described how you can distinguish Havana syndrome from traumatic brain injury. There's a computerized eye movement technology that measures convergence of eye movement, which is typical for concussion. And so it is similar to TBI, but yet it's different, and you can distinguish those using this method. And in December of 2020, at the once again at the very end of December, after a long delay, after experts, Dr. Elman, who was leading that expert panel, complained why that report was not made published, the National Academy of Science report was published and declared that directed pulsed radio frequency energy from a known external source is the most plausible explanation for what we call Havana syndrome. Next year was 2021. There's more press, there's acknowledgement, there's a Pentagon memo that encouraged people working for the Department of Defense, basically, encouraged reporting these anomalous health incidents, and that resulted in a lot of reports. And I think that that was perhaps done on purpose to kind of muddy the waters, and exclude a lot of these anomalous health incidents from Havana syndrome. They would explain majority of these reports to be unrelated or explained by some environmental factors or previous existing medical conditions. In June of 2021, this is very unreported and very much underappreciated. A journal of Special Operation Medicine published an article in which they called Havana syndrome a UBI, and UBI, it stands for unintentionally acquired brain injury. This is from Directed Energy, and they came up with this UBI diagnosis to distinguish it from TBI, which is synonymous with concussion, mechanical trauma. And in October of that year, President Biden signed the Havana Act into law, which would compensate only federal employees, only affected overseas. Nothing about civilians, nothing about domestic cases. Very discriminatory in nature. In 2022, intelligence agencies released a version of executive summary, heavily redacted, but in principle, they were in agreement with National Academy of Science conclusion that these validated cases, and they specifically said there are 2 dozens of cases, which is exactly the amount of number of patients diagnosed by Dr. Hofer, could only be explained. The most plausible explanation for them is directed pulsed microwave energy. In March of this year, something really interesting happened. There was a first acknowledgement of civilian cases ever by Dr. Giordano during a medical conference on Havana syndrome that was sponsored by and hosted by University of Texas. That was the first acknowledgement from an expert in public that yes, they are validated civilian cases internationally and domestically. And he encouraged doctors to forward these cases to him, which I actually did. And I will tell you about it when I talk about my case. In August of this year, final rule on implementation of Havana Act was published in Federal Register. It didn't give any diagnostic criteria, but it described that a board-certified neurologist can diagnose neurological damage that occurred due to a hostile activity while on the assignment overseas. So once again, limited, discriminatory in nature, doesn't cover civilians. And that brings us to last month, November, in which, so there was a publication, a short article published by MSN, which I consider a mainstream publication. For the first time, the question that everybody wanted to ask was asked. Is it CIA experimentation? Next slide, please. So we need to talk about what Havana syndrome is, and I'm going to use the case definition given us by the CDC. It describes it as a biphasic disorder. So there's an initial phase that includes the event, this anomalous health incident, an event with auditory and sensory complaints, and includes, it can last up to 2 weeks after the event, including head pressure, disorientation, nausea, headache, vestibular disturbances, auditory symptoms, and vision changes. And I want to emphasize that diplomats in Cuba did not experience a single event. All of them had multiple events that lasted for weeks and months. But when they returned to the US, the reporting is rather obscure whether they still had active attacks. But we have some indications that they did. And the secondary phase that CDS describes, that occurs weeks later, it kind of develops into this chronic condition, would have at least one of the following symptoms: vestibular disturbances and cognitive deficits. And these symptoms sound to many very general, but there's an argument to be made that this is not random. The combinations of symptoms and findings is unique, and that's why there was a need to describe it as a novel syndrome. Next slide, please. Okay, so important point that I would like to make. There's a phenomenon called V2K, voice to skull. It's basically based on the microwave hearing effect. And just like the diplomats heard various sounds, they also heard voices. It's a well-known, documented effect. It's microwaves can be modulated into these messages. And the very first reporting of CNN about Havana syndrome contained the following information: not just the very disturbing high-pitched noise, but there might be even voices or messages, a continual message that people have been victimized by. That was in the initial reporting, never to be repeated again. Call it information control. I think the label fits. Next slide, please. All right, now let's talk about my case. I've been asked to talk about my particular case, and I decided to go public with it, pretty much an open book, because what we're doing is so much bigger than myself, bigger than all of us. I think we're talking about the future of humanity and us as human, independently thinking species. So here's my timeline. In 2019, my attacks began, and they were pretty much typical, very similar to what diplomats in Cuba described. They were all domestic at different locations, most severe at my residence. And they are ongoing to this day. They never stop. So for the last 3.5 years, I had these mini concussions, well, concussions in quotation marks, of course, because this is not a mechanical trauma. It's a trauma by energy, also called non-kinetic action. So imagine that a kinetic weapon would send an object, a missile, for example, or a bullet. But with non-kinetic weapons, there are no physical objects that are moving. There's just energy that is directed at you. In 2020, I was diagnosed by Dr. Hoffer of University of Miami, same team that diagnosed the diplomats. I was given exactly the same diagnosis, filed an FBI complaint. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Then 2021, diagnosed with encephalopathy due to directed energy exposure. I've been on medical leave since October of 21, with diagnosis of Havana syndrome, surprisingly approved by insurance. So there's a recognition. There's a consensus. The experts know how to diagnose it. Insurance confirms that, doesn't deny this as a diagnosis. The government has yet to acknowledge it. And that brings us to this year. After that medical conference in March, I got an official referral to Dr. Giordano with my full diagnosis. He validated it and forwarded my case to the Department of Defense. And I have not heard from the Department of Defense yet. So that kind of puts in question the whole, the proclamations that various political and intelligence agency leaders make, that this is the utmost priority to find out who is doing it, how they're doing it, and get to the bottom of things. That is not true. Next slide, please. Sorry. Okay. All right. This is a little slide from Dr. Hoffer's paper, how he diagnosed this condition that he called acute acquired neurosensory dysfunction. So he examined 25 patients who had the symptoms, who experienced the events, and 10 of their roommates who were asymptomatic. They lived in the same quarters, in the same apartment, but they were not exposed to this. So that tells you about the fact that this technology can be targeted to a specific person. They all experienced dizziness, ear pain, tinnitus, and had cognitive complaints, very specific cognitive complaints. And all of them universally had abnormal vestibular tests. And these vestibular tests, there has been criticism that this vestibular test could be a little off in the general population, but not to this degree. So abnormalities to the beyond what is considered normal the criteria for physical damage that he set up are very high. And all of these symptomatic patients, including myself, had this extremely abnormal vestibular tests that constitute brain damage to the autolytic organs of gravity located in the inner ear. Next slide, please. So Dr. Hofer's team conclusions that this was reminiscent but different from mild traumatic brain injury. And mild stands, it means that there was no hemorrhage, there was no, open wound. Skull was not broken. But with MTBI, you can actually be unconscious, depending on the definition, up to 30 minutes or even up to 1 hour, and it's still a mild traumatic brain injury. So MTBI is synonymous with concussion. You have to have a physical interaction that created this damage to the brain. But in Havana syndrome, there's no concussion, but there's an event that combines sound, vibration, pressure, disorientation. It's an event. You probably heard that the term immaculate concussion. So that's what it is. And Dr. Hofer also noticed and wrote about it and lectured about it, that autolytic, the findings in Havana syndrome and MTBI do not match. Autolytic findings are rare in MTBI. There's a different rate of headache, which is a leading complaint after MTBI. And Havana syndrome has a distinct pattern in neurophysiological test outcome, the cognitive neurobehavioral complaints. So he called it at that point acquired neurosensory dysfunction, and he also described the exposure events, the universality of objective autolytic abnormalities indicative of physical injury. So there's an injury to the brain, and unique neurocognitive findings. Next slide, please. All right, let's talk about language. What is it and how we talk about it? The government prefers that we talk about it as anomalous health incidents, but this is not a substitute for Havana syndrome. It's more like a distraction. Syndrome is a medical condition that includes constellation of symptoms, complaints and symptoms and objective findings. And AHI is just an event, an attack. And Dr. Giordano clarifies in his one of his latest writings, he has a phrase, AHIs of the Havana syndrome. So that gives us the correct language, the correct understanding that AHIs are just events, but it's not a full Havana syndrome. It's a part of it. It's an event. Is it MTBI? There's a lot of people refer to Havana syndrome as MTBI. Mark Polymeropoulos, who is one of the outspoken people who went public with his story. He was injured in Russia, and he said he received the diagnosis of MTBI. But MTBI, synonymous with concussion, with physical trauma, and it's different. It's similar yet different. Actually, the closest condition that comes close to Havana syndrome is a diver's disease, is when the divers come up from and the pressure changes, there's a cavitation, there's the bubbling up in the inner ear that damages otholytic organs. That's actually closer to Havana syndrome than MTBI. And the military medicine, once again, tells us that a UBI, unconventionally acquired brain injury, they had to create this diagnosis to describe what happens after directed energy attacks. And so the most interesting, so that article was published in the middle of 2021. And when I read this article, I was shocked. I was absolutely shocked how the authors were talking about UBI and how to decipher it. So they said most likely directed energy attacks, and if that's the case, it's a violation of Geneva Convention, human rights, etc., etc. However, if this is a matter of national security, we need to prevent civilian scientists and physicians from accessing the data. And that argument really made me mad, because now that we know that civilians are affected, that it's a matter of public safety, the argument of national security simply doesn't work. This is the essence of national security, the safety and well-being of civilian population. So national security is a very bad excuse for covering this up. Next, there's a functional, there's a school of thought that Havana syndrome might be simply a functional neurological disorder that just sort of brain, so you have some kind of traumatic psychological event, and then brain just recreates it and runs it, kind of similar like to PTSD. But the answer is no. The functional neurological disorder is opposite of the organic brain disorder, and injury to the brain is classified as organic, and they're mutually exclusive. If they overlap, the functional neurological condition would be secondary to the trauma. So yes, there might be a mechanism, a functional neurological mechanism that is involved, but it's not a functional neurological disorder. It's an organic disorder with evidence of brain injury. So it is a novel syndrome. It's a constellation of symptoms and findings never seen together before in this combination. And it results in degradation of brain function. University of Pennsylvania doctors called it a brain network disorder. Next slide, please. Here I'm sharing some of my personal data. So when University of Pennsylvania published their paper on calling it a network disorder, the method they used is fMRI, DTI. But in Havana Act, it says that you can also use EEG to diagnose it. The thing about EEG, electroencephalogram, is that a classic EEG is typically used to diagnose epilepsy. But there's a new form of EEG called QEEG, quantitative EEG, and it uses software called Loretta to create images based on brain's own electromagnetic activity. And on top you see normal brain with a lot of neural nodes and maybe occasional abnormal connection. On the bottom, you can see a snapshot of my brain, and these dark blue lines represent broken or very slow called delta connections that you're supposed to see only in people in deep sleep, in a coma, or in a hypnotized state. I have these multiple delta connection, the slowest connection, 1 to 4 hertz, single hertz, while awake. So that's why it confirms my cognitive complaints. This is an objective method recognized by specialists. It indicates, I'm speaking to you and I sound coherent, but in fact, it takes me much more effort to think at the same speed, because basically, if you take a look at the picture on the right, it shows you connection between left and right hemisphere and between the frontal lobe, frontal cortex, where all the executive decisions are made. My frontal cortices do not communicate with each other at the normal speed. They communicate at a much, much lower speed. So that's a brain connectivity aspect of it. Next slide, please. All right, so to bring all things together, speaking about my complete diagnosis, it was made by a team of doctors, and I am lucky to have extremely smart medical experts and medical doctors. I know it's a common complaint that people cannot get diagnosed, and it saddens me that you have to be a physician to get the right diagnosis, but here I am. I received a diagnosis of severe vestibular dysfunction due to exposure to directed energy, also known as Havana syndrome or acquired neurosensory dysfunction, from my otoneurologist, who is Dr. Hoffer. My neurologist local in Chicago did give me a diagnosis of traumatic encephalopathy due to exposure to directed energy, also known as Havana syndrome. And traumatic in this case doesn't mean concussion. It means that trauma was made by a non-kinetic energy. I absolutely went to psychiatrist. I wanted to exclude a delusional disorder that a lot of people with my complaints being erroneously diagnosed with. So my diagnosis today is stress response syndrome, formerly known as adjustment disorder. So I'm basically adjusting to this daily torture and this targeting. And finally, my primary care physician put all this diagnosis together, and I'm on medical leave with diagnosis of Havana syndrome officially, and I even have a handicap placard. So I am a proud driver with a handicap sign due to Havana syndrome. Next slide, please. So I got diagnosed. So what? So what do you do? I contacted police with once I had the diagnosis, I contacted police, FBI, CIA, Department of State, Department of Defense, the White House coordinator for anomalous health incidents. Nothing happened. I contacted every elected official, including those on the Intelligence Committee, with very little interest. However, I did convince my congresswoman and the House of Representatives member who filed inquiries with the FBI in my case. And the FBI provided standard response and refused to investigate my case. Here's a quote from their standard response. "We are unable to identify any violation of federal law within our investigative jurisdiction." It's a mouthful. There's some truth to it, because there's no federal law explicitly prohibiting use of electromagnetic energy on anyone, basically. We're bathing in electromagnetic energy, Wi-Fi, cell phone. So we don't have laws to protect us from this specific malevolent electromagnetic, from these electromagnetic attacks. I contacted every journalist, every reporter on Havana syndrome, and I'm doing it to these days. Every day I wake up and see what's if anybody has written anything new or did any reporting. Religiously, I contacted every journalist, every producer, and there was no interest from the mainstream media. I spoke to some people in mainstream media, some renowned journalists, and there would be initial interest, and then it would just fizzle out, just mysteriously disappear. But select alternative media provided me with platform. I appeared on several podcasts and gave me some exposure, and I was able to speak about this. I contacted multiple attorneys, including Mark Zaid. He's a DC attorney who represents federal employees afflicted by Havana syndrome. And in general, the legal path is a complicated one. There have been over 200 cases when people who are targeted or have Havana syndrome or have electromagnetic directed attacks sued the government, various agencies, and every single one of them has been dismissed. I got involved in activism. I write articles. I have a YouTube channel. I speak openly about my journey, my condition, and what we need to do to bring awareness to this phenomenon. I joined the advisory board of targetedjustice.com, which is the largest nonprofit organization for targeted individuals and victims of Havana syndrome. Next slide, please. This is what I call the conundrum of domestic cases. There's evidence that domestic cases exist. Specifically, Mark Lanzi, who was attacked in China, who worked for the Department of State, he was attacked in China, and later he was attacked in Pittsburgh while receiving treatment at the residence and the hotel. There are at least two people working as advisors, as intelligence advisors, Miles Taylor and Olivia Troy, who was an advisor for Mark Pence, They both were attacked on steps of the White House, and they went public with this, with these events. They're experts who diagnose civilians. Dr. Hoffer diagnosed several civilians attacked domestically, which he told me about it, but he could not reveal their names. And I'm still looking for them. I assume that they decided not to go public with their cases. And finally, Dr. Giordano, who acknowledged domestic civilian cases at the conference this year. And Dr. Giordano is a professor of neuropathology at Georgetown University in DC, renowned neuroweapon expert, lectures about it. He's also involved in bioethics of neuroweaponry. Widely published, well known. Attorney Mark Zaid, same attorney who represents federal employees. He says that domestic victims coming out all the time, including FBI agents whom he represents. He openly talks about it. He says it's a cover-up, it's a government cover-up, and if you knew what it is, you would be very upset. It's this a very disturbing statement. He couldn't name source due to security concerns, but it is a very disturbing statement. Basically, it tells us that the government knows what it is, but would not disclose and would not acknowledge any domestic cases. Next slide, please. So I included this MSN reporting, which happened in November 2022, because it asked for the first time whether Havana syndrome was CIA experimentation. And these are the quotes from this reporting. It says, thousands of targeted individuals have been sounding the alarm for years about possible electromagnetic weaponry deployment on US soil. That the White House has not said whether the investigation would include cases involving civilians. And it suggests, this is actually a quote from Olivia Troy. She said, investigators should scrutinize the United States' own potential abuse of such technology and collect testimony outside of US government personnel. Next slide. Here's my strategy. What I want to do, and it might be different from the organization I belong to. I'm simply an advisory board member. I'm not on the board of directors, but my personal strategy is to reach out to the media to raise awareness about these neurocrimes. And these are crimes. This is an illegal activity. It also constitutes torture. I would like to establish and declare the use of neuroweapons a public safety issue. I am a member of the general public. I've been affected. I've been diagnosed. It can happen to other people. This is a public safety issue without a doubt. I want to force our government to acknowledge and investigate domestic cases of Havana syndrome and other uses of neuroweapons. Acknowledge, investigate, and protect us. And I think it is ultimately a political issue. We need a congressional investigation similar to the MK Ultra investigation and oversight of these agencies, of these actors who are doing this to us. We need new laws and we need new rights that are currently absent. The only country that enshrined neural rights into law is Chile, as far as I know. And next slide. And I would like to leave you with this quote from Robert McCreight, who is also a European expert. He advises NATO on advanced technologies. He is a professor at University of Pittsburgh, I think. The quote that really mirrors my personal thinking about this problem. Coming to grips with the reality of non-kinetic disabling technology, which aims to specifically degrade neurological and cognitive functions, requires the suspension of disbelief among those who reside in the comfortable confidence that no such weapon exists. Next slide. And I would like to thank you for listening to my presentation. This is where you can find me on Twitter, on YouTube, on Substack, and on LinkedIn. Thank you very much.
And over to you, Iris.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Len Ber. I'm going to take questions for him. So one of the questions are, what does oh, this might be a little bit personal. What do you think that probably got you the attacks, the neural strikes?
This is a question that is often asked, and ultimately I don't know. I can speculate, but that doesn't mean anything. The real intent and real reason would only be known to people who target me. So I cannot answer this question because I simply don't know, and I don't want to speculate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Are there any more questions? Oh, okay.
Any more questions
Howard,
from anybody before we move on?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Howard. Please speak. I'm going to unmute you.
Okay, I really appreciate your presentation. My question is, my sense of reality is because of the transhumanist agenda, which is using comparable technologies for a different purpose than to weaponize. It's going to be very hard. There are two competing agendas and maybe similar agendas. If you go into the type of research of the mind and this whole area, I think it's going to be very difficult to bring forward any type of meaningful investigations, because to do so in this area may affect the agenda, the transhumanistic agenda in the 5G and what's going on there. And the interactions we're seeing with COVID, graphene oxide, and trying to change humanity into something else. So I know it's apples and oranges, but I see them together. Can you comment?
It is possible, but that these things that you described are connected. It's actually likely that these things are connected. I agree. It's very hard to connect the dots. Basically, this technology affects our cognition at the individual level and changes our individual thoughts and so once somebody is investigating it, their mind can also be attacked. So that is it's almost an impossible task. And yet I believe that because this is ultimately technology, the answer to technology is a better technology. And so I'm hopeful that we can solve this puzzle and prevent the demise of the human race as we know it, which is what's basically happening.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I just ask?
And then the next question.
While you're waiting, I'll just ask you quickly while we're waiting, Len. So, so you had been diagnosed. You had been diagnosed with Havana syndrome. You've gotten a relatively reasonable amount of media coverage, but not anywhere near what you would like to get. And the government employees who were diagnosed with the exact same thing as you have been diagnosed with, they did receive some good media attention, and you are aware of their names. Did you get the opportunity to speak to any of those government employees? Any of those within the FBI or CIA? Did they reach out to you at all, or is that something you can talk about?
The FBI reached out indirectly to the liaison at my at the House of Representative member, but their stance has not changed, that we are not really investigating because we don't see any facts that would trigger the investigation. And your previous question was whether
So any of the actual victims of Havana syndrome, the government employees who were recognized and received compensation and who were in the media speaking about it, did you have an opportunity to speak to any of them personally? Did they reach out to you, or did you try to reach out to them at all?
I tried to reach out to them. Nobody has ever contacted me back. I had a brief interaction with Mark Palmeropoulos on Twitter, and I asked him for his leadership with respect to civilian cases, and that was probably the reason he blocked me on Twitter. And that's the extent.
He blocked it. Nice.
Wow.
I also tried to contact him through one of the podcast hosts who had both Mark Palmeropoulos and myself separately on 2 podcasts. He was actually a childhood friend of Mark Palmeropoulos, and it just didn't receive I didn't receive any response. So no communication, and it's I think there is some kind of ban for them to speak out completely and honestly about their conditions, because the question I really have for them is whether their attacks continued on the US soil. And there are indications that they are, but the reporting has been very obscure, and nobody asked them that question directly, and they never spoke on 60 Minutes or in articles, never spoke about it, never framed it as active attacks.
Oh, yeah. They're probably under some kind of NDA agreement, I take it.
Okay, so let me reinstate that previous question. So the question is, when you worked in pharmaceuticals, do you think your coworkers were attacked? And possibly, if you were into pharmaceuticals, were you working on vaccinology that led to these attacks?
No, I did not. No, I did not. I worked for a pharmaceutical company very briefly because it changed the direction, and currently I'm working in the food industry in the regulatory field. If you're trying to connect the dots somehow with the reason for targeting, this is why this argument doesn't work. We don't know what the actual intent, the reason, and people who operate this technology are well aware that misleading is one of the strategies to divert our attention from the real problem that this is happening. So if we start figuring out why have you been attacked? Well, are you suggesting that this is a form of extrajudicial punishment? Then we have a whole different problem. We have a judicial system that is not public, unconstitutional. It's a whole different can of worms that you're opening, because you're implying that you did something wrong that initiated this targeting against you. Well, I don't accept that framework.
What is the gold standard for Havana syndrome in diagnosis through your experience? That is the telltale sign. Even though CDC had an internal report of the investigation. So what would you suggest the gold standard that every person should reach out to their physicians to look for this?
Well, I can only speak about my case. My case had a very specific set of events, symptoms, and findings, and it was congruent to what diplomats in Cuba has been exposed to and experienced, and also diplomats in other countries. Diagnostic criteria are not officially published, but based on the totality of published information that is available to physicians, you can deduce what these criteria are. And the most qualified person to speak about it, in my opinion, would be Dr. Hofer, who the universal brain image is a hallmark of Havana syndrome. There might be some other electromagnetic conditions related to use of electromagnetic directed weaponry that are outside of Havana syndrome. Havana syndrome might be the most severe case of this technology, but that's what we have. And I encourage people who experience these events and then find themselves disoriented and unstable on their feet, go to your otoneurologist, dizziness specialist, bring that Hofer paper with you, because that would be the basis for this diagnosis.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Len Ber. Now I'm going to pass this on to Richard. He'll be introducing the next speaker.
Thanks, Dr. Ber, for a very interesting presentation. I really appreciate it. And of course, I'd encourage everyone to follow Len's case at P. Sardonicus on Twitter, which he posted on a slide there earlier. It'll be interesting to see how it works out for him, certainly. So thanks for that, Len. And so next up, I believe we have Dr. Krishnan, Dr. Armin Krishnan, who's an assistant professor and director of security studies program in East Carolina University. He specializes in the area of neuro warfare and secret government operations and the hierarchies of secrecy and compartmentalization with black budget operations. And I'm really looking forward to this presentation. Also, Dr. Krishnan, how are you doing?
Hello, thank you very much for inviting me to that conference. It's my pleasure and my honor to be here. So I will upload my presentation. So you should be able to see it. So the topic that I've chosen is government secrecy and secret weapons. So I will introduce you to the information that is publicly available about that topic and that is well documented. So the structure of the presentation is as follows. I will talk about the birth of the national security state in the United States. I will talk about the double government, the black budget, the mechanisms of secrecy, secret weapons programs. So I will give some examples of that. I will talk about secret weapons and operations and the failure of congressional oversight. And I will conclude. So first of all, I want to start with the question, why is there government secrecy at all? So in a democracy, there should be perfect transparency of what the government does. So unfortunately, we have this idea of national security, and there are some good and some not so good reasons why we have government secrecy. One of the good reasons is to hide national security vulnerabilities. So that is security through obscurity. So in order not to expose ourselves to our enemies, we need secrecy to protect ourselves. The second idea is operational necessity. So some activities would be unfeasible if conducted openly. So that concerns something like espionage. So you can't do that openly. So you need secrecy to do it. Number three, avoidance of accountability. So that protects the deciders. So in national security, we are dealing with risky decisions. And the people making those decisions want not to have accountability for that. And finally, it's an instrument of organizational control. So you can use secrecy for controlling people by controlling their access to information. So it's a very good tool of manipulation. So I will give you some of my sources. So when I start with the topic or the section, you can see some key literature that I've used for preparing the presentation. And so I will start with the Manhattan Project, which is really the birth of the American national security state. So that was the period from 1943 to 1947, when the national security state really took shape. And it was at that time the largest secret weapons project in history, and it involved about 500,000 Americans working in various capacities and various aspects of that research and development project. And that was enormous. It was something like $2 billion out of $80 billion spent on the Second World War. And there were unprecedented secrecy and security measures that were implemented for that. There was a geographic separation. So work was performed in different locations with people working in one location don't know what was going on in another location. There was strict censorship. So even the media was censored, academic literature was censored. So nothing could be published related to the Manhattan Project. There was an isolation of key scientists in Los Alamos, and they were under surveillance when they were leaving Los Alamos. Very strict security, getting access to Los Alamos. And most interestingly, the Manhattan Project was outside of the normal chain of command and accountability. So General Groves, who was in charge of the Manhattan Project, didn't even answer to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was outside of the military chain of command. And yet, it was the birth of the national security state, and it established the president as the commander-in-chief, even in peacetime. And this means a lot of power was concentrated in the presidency and the White House. And we have this period from the OSS to the CIA, which is 1942 to 1947. So the OSS was the first civilian, quasi-civilian intelligence service of the United States, specialized in human command operations, psychological warfare, and intelligence analysis. The OSS was dissolved in 1945 because of political reasons and the sentiment that we didn't need an intelligence service in peacetime. It was replaced by the Central Intelligence Group, and its main function was just to coordinate intelligence and provide all source intelligence analysis to the president. So a very limited function. And there were congressional concerns over creating an American Gestapo. So Congress didn't support this idea of creating a major civilian intelligence bureaucracy. However, well, the new peacetime intelligence organization was supposed to be small, supposed to have no operational capability, and was supposed to be overseen by a special congressional committee. However, something went terribly wrong because the opposite pretty much happened. So we have the National Security Act of 1947, which was the biggest reform of the US government in its history. So it created the Department of Defense, the Air Force, the National Security Council, and also the Central Intelligence Agency. And I will explain to you why the CIA is still special. There were novel features in the national security state. It created a permanent and large peacetime military, so that was something that the US didn't have. It created extraordinary emergency powers that were concentrated in the executive branch using executive orders, which is a very powerful instrument for the president to rule by decree in a state of national emergency. Keep in mind, we have many states or active states of national emergency. I think it's over 30 at this time. And yeah, and these states of emergency can give the president enormous powers. And then there is deliberately diminished accountability of the national security state. So they are not operating like the rest of the government in terms of the oversight. Okay, so I now come to the second part, the double government. So there is a difference between the visible and invisible government. I will go into the deep state and the shadow government concepts, and I will discuss some of the characteristics of the deep states. So the visible government consists of the constitutional branches of government. There are elected officials and politicians that you can see and that you can contact. And there's a public-facing government agencies and bureaucracy, so that is dealing with the public on a regular basis. That's not the case with respect to the invisible government. So that's the national security bureaucracies. It's the intelligence and security services. There are unknown bureaucrats and managers, people you've never heard of. And there's the quasi-private companies and private sector working for the national security state. So these are mainly defense companies, but also there are intelligence fronts, so companies operated by the CIA. So this brings me to the three different meanings of the term deep state and the three different meanings of the term shadow government that need to be clearly distinguished. So there's the meaning of a national security bureaucracy. So that is sometimes referred to as the deep state. So there's nothing nefarious about it. It just means it's a bureaucracy that operates like any other bureaucracy, perhaps with some greater allowances. The second concept is the loose network of key individuals in the national security state. So there are individuals identified as deep state and seen as the people who truly hold power in those bureaucracies and that can influence national security policy to a much greater extent. And then we have the old concept of the military-industrial complex. So that is a term coined by President Eisenhower in 1961. So that refers largely to the private defense industry and the symbiotic relationship with the US military and Congress. In contrast, we have the concept of the shadow government, again, three different meanings. So the most benign meaning is the opposition party has a shadow government that mirrors the positions of the real government. Then we have the idea of the government invading. So that government can be activated after a national emergency. So that happens under a continuity of government system. So these are the people who go into the bunkers and who can replace the existing official government if there was a nuclear attack or something like that, and continue operations for the government. And finally, there is the conspiratorial meaning that is mostly criticized in the mainstream media. So there's it's the idea of hidden outside influences on the visible government. So for example, oligarchs, so the super rich exercising a hidden influence on the government and making really the decisions. Okay, so what are the key characteristics of deep states? And I'm using the book by Michael Glennon on the double government. So Glennon speaks of a Trumanite network. So because he thinks that this was developed in the late 1940s during the Truman administration. And yeah, it consists of individuals who share an ideology based on national security and the priority that national security should take over every other consideration. There is no identifiable decider, so you can't really understand who makes decisions in the national security apparatus. So they act as they were uniform. There's a lack of public accountability. So a lot of what they are doing is secret. So there's very little public information. And they have a military culture. So this means these are people who are used to take orders and execute orders. And the deep state protects its own interests, and it may have achieved some level of autonomy. So they want to pursue what's best for them. It's sometimes referred to as the self-licking ice cream cone. And what's also very interesting is that the deep state needs the visible government for its legitimacy. So in order for the deep state to exist, they need to have a visible government that officially is accountable to the public when there is no real accountability. And this leads to the conclusion of Glennon that there is great continuity in national security policy from one administration to the next, regardless which party is in power. So we've seen that continuation from the George W. Bush administration into the Obama administration. So very little was actually changed in terms of national security policy. So now I come to the black budget. So you can't do anything in government without spending money. So it's very important to understand how the money can be spent and where it may be going. So I'll start with some arguments why the CIA is special. So 2 years after the CIA was created, there was the CIA Act of 1949, which gave the CIA the ability to receive funds from another government agency. So essentially, the CIA can launder funds through other government departments. And at that time, it was the Department of Defense. So monies were appropriated for the Department of Defense, and then they were diverted from the DoD to the CIA to fund covert operations and the CIA as a whole. So the CIA didn't have an official budget in the early decades of its existence. What's also very interesting is that the CIA can create and operate front companies and run front organizations, and they have done so extensively. So in the early 1980s, it was estimated that the CIA was running something like 300 different front companies and organizations, so that was very extensive. And yeah, the CIA is exempted from federal regulations as it concerns immigration and can provide cover to individuals so they can protect criminals and terrorists from prosecution. And the CIA is funded some of its early operations from money seized from the Nazis after the Second World War. So that was also very unofficial. And Congress was not informed about the size of the CIA or its budget until the 1970s. And there was a legal challenge in '72 to disclose the CIA budget based on constitutional reasons, because according to the US Constitution, any money spent by the US government has to be first appropriated by Congress. So there has to, and that budget has to be public. And the CIA violated that. The legal challenge failed. And yeah, that means that we still have a black budget, although some information has been disclosed in the 1990s. So until the mid-1970s, the funds for the CIA were included and hidden in the US defense budget and potentially other departments of the US government. So that's a quick overview of the current intelligence budget, what we know about it. We have national intelligence programs, which deal with the national intelligence organizations, and that budget is over $65 billion. So that is all their programs and operations in there. And it can only be spent by the national intelligence agencies. Then we have the military intelligence program, which is smaller. So that is another 24 billion. So if you combine it, we are over $90 billion that is spent on intelligence activities and organizations. And interesting about the military intelligence program, it can also be spent by other military organizations, not necessarily the intelligence organizations of the military. So there are no details how the money is actually distributed. We got some information from the Snowden leaks in 2014. So that gave some indications which agencies got the most money. It was, I think, the CIA that got the most money, and then second was the NSA and NRO and so on. A few words about the Pentagon black budget, which is one of the greatest mysteries in this world. So the black budget funds intelligence activities and secret weapons projects. So part of that is part of the Pentagon budget, which is going to be over $850 billion next year. So that is a crazy amount of money. The Pentagon budget is so complex that it's not auditable. So there have been 5 audits since 1990, and the Pentagon failed every single one of it. Famously, Rumsfeld announced that $2.3 trillion in transactions could not be tracked, and that happened ironically before 9/11, the day before 9/11. And during the most recent audit, the Pentagon could not account or track 3.5 trillion in assets. And that accounted to 61% of these assets. So it's very easy for the Pentagon to hide particularly sensitive programs and activities through creative bookkeeping. And we've seen that in the 1980s. So there's clear evidence that they have manipulated the books in order to hide secret programs. And I think the scandalous one in the 80s was called Yellow Fruit. And it was about front companies in Latin America and special operations there. So now I'll talk about the mechanisms of secrecy. So just a very brief overview. So starting with classification, compartmentalization, personnel security, need to know, and state secret privilege. So we have different classification levels. We have a lot of people who are cleared for secrets. So over 4 million people with a secret clearance and 1.3 million with a top secret clearance. So that is the most sensitive information. And then we also have handling caveats. And one important one here is SCI, or sensitive compartmented information. And that is usually used in relation to sources and methods. And it can also relate to acquisition programs and to reconnaissance type operations as well. And yeah, every SCI compartment has a code name. So that refers to the different methods of collecting intelligence. I've given you some examples, and in 1986 we knew that there were 30 different SCI compartments, and that so it means anybody has to be specially cleared for this particular compartment in order to access any kind of information in that compartment. Then, in order to get the security clearance, there's a process that starts with a security questionnaire, and that checks for foreign connections, high debts, lifestyle issues, psychological profile. There's a polygraph, and there's a background investigation. And it means that the process selects individuals who are patriotic, willing to follow orders, and to have strong ties to their home country, and that reduces the likelihood of them giving up any secrets or leaking secrets. So there's usually the argument someone would have talked, and yeah, if you think about it, it's actually very unlikely. First of all, you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, and if you violate the non-disclosure agreement, you can go to jail for 10 years. And it doesn't really matter whether you leaked anything damaging or not. And yeah, people have gone to jail because of that. A famous case was John Kiriakou, who leaked information about the waterboarding of the CIA, and they put him in jail, I think, for 2 years, just for leaking that information that was already partially known in the public. There's administrative surveillance of holders of security clearance, so you have to report certain things like your finances and your travel, your contacts, and so on. There's a prior review of any publications. There's the threat of the cancellation of clearance. So security clearance is a privilege, means that you don't have a legal recourse if they cancel your clearance. If you work in the intelligence community and your clearance gets canceled, it means that you lose your job. And if you get fired from your job, you lose your pension. And yeah, there's also a blacklisting of leakers. So this means if you've run afoul of the government, they can put you on a blacklist and you can't get a job anymore with any company that has any sort of business with the government. And that can even reach internationally. So there's a famous case with Herbert Yardley, an early case who got fired from various jobs that he was trying to get, even when he was working abroad. And then there's the Espionage Act prosecution. So that's the nuclear option, as it's called, because it threatens people with life and imprisonment and even death penalty. So some whistleblowers were threatened by the Obama administration with Espionage Act prosecution. So that's a very serious thing. And then there's the discrediting and the covert harassment. So there's an interesting story by Kevin Shipp. So they even attacked his family when he was kind of jumping the chain of command and trying to get outside of the agency to identify a major vulnerability. And then there is need to know. So all classified information is given on the basis of a clearance and need to know. So you only get certain pieces of information if you need to know it for your job. And there's a control group that decides who gets what information. And what's interesting here is individuals high up in the hierarchy are also subject to need to know and may not be able to access information available at lower levels unless they have a need to know. So it's wrong to assume that the president should know everything or that the president could access to every piece of information. Even a president can be kept out of the loop. So there is also a thing called state secret privilege. So that was recognized in 1953. So whenever something concerns national security, the government can withhold information or evidence in trials. So that affects information related to sensitive military technology and sensitive intelligence activities. So that helps the government to prevent any of that information going into the courts. So it cannot be used when the government says this is national security related, you cannot discuss it in court. So infamously, even when the drone strikes were publicly known, they could not use that public information in the court because of state secret privilege. Okay, a few words about USAPs and SAPs. I tried to be quick because I'm running out of time. So there are so-called special access programs, which were formally established in 1972. So they can be initiated at the department head or deputy department head level. There are special security procedures, and officially they are not acknowledged to exist. So that affects particularly the USAPs, so the unacknowledged special access programs. They tend to be much more rare than special access programs, which could number in the thousands, but we don't know how many USAPs or waived unacknowledged special access programs exist? Probably very few. And government officials and contractors can publicly deny their existence and use cover stories. So they have the legal authority to do that. And there's a gang of 8 that gets an oral briefing on those USAPs. So that these are 8 members of Congress, and they only get the basic information. What's also important to understand is that the most sensitive programs can be hidden in subcompartments. So even if the special access program is identified and there is a summary given, each SAP can have subcompartments, and in those subcompartments can be further secrets that are not visible overall. Okay, use of cover stories. Those can be used for the purpose to hide activities, and they can be used for protecting unacknowledged special access programs. And they provide an innocuous explanation to secret government activities. And there is a big role of the private sector. So some of the most sensitive work in the national security sector is actually carried out by the private sectors or contractors. And that creates a problem because that information cannot be FOIA'd because it's from a private organization. And that also creates oversight challenges for Congress. So also the CIA and now DIA are allowed to set up front companies and organizations, and these are also very difficult to oversee. And this means that the line between government and private sector is blurred in the national security sector. So it's very hard to distinguish those two. Only very few comments about secret weapons and operations. So we have early examples with the U-2 and this SR-71. And they were developed in Area 51. And interesting here is the US government has spread false information on UFOs in the 1950s to hide the tests of those secret aircraft. They also developed various kinds of weapon systems that were only disclosed many decades after they were tested, including a nuclear-powered bomber and a nuclear-powered missile. And that was only uncovered because they declassified the information in the 1990s. Project Azorian, that was a deep sea salvage operation. They wanted to get to a Soviet submarine sunk in the 1960s. And they recruited a billionaire at the time, Howard Hughes, and he was using his company as the cover for the salvage operation. They called it deep sea mining. So it was a very elaborate cover story that they've used, and it was getting leaked in 1975. And from that, we have this so-called GLOMA response. When you do a FOIA request, they might come back to you saying, we do not confirm or deny that such information exists. And if it would exist, it would be classified. So that's one thing. And then stealth technology, obviously developed in the late 70s and 1980s. And they were trying to hide the B-2 bomber from Congress. And it had to be disclosed in 1988 because the project got so expensive that it could no longer be hidden from Congress. A few words about failure of congressional oversight, which is the final part of the presentation. So there are different lessons that we've learned from the major investigations into intelligence activities and the national security state that have occurred since the 1970s. So I start with some lessons from the Church and Pike Committee investigations. So one thing that came out at that time is that the CIA has journalists on their payroll, and they could therefore influence the media in America. That was called Operation Mockingbird. The CIA was able to launder funds through NIH and the Foundation for Human Ecology, which was a CIA front organization, to fund mind control research, MKUltra, and related projects. And the CIA destroyed most of the MKUltra records in late 1972 in order to avoid that this information gets public. And also very interesting that what came out is that there were boilerplate files that the CIA prepared for public release. That these were forged documents that gave a wrong impression about what they were actually doing. So there was double bookkeeping. So they were keeping the actual files separate, and then they had the boilerplate files that could be released to the public and that would deceive the public. And the CIA also used foreign liaisons in order to circumvent congressional oversight. So some of the mind control research happened in England and in Canada as well. A few lessons from Iran-Contra, which was the other big scandal of the 1980s. So that was some 10 years after the big intelligence investigations. So the administration can circumvent congressional oversight by privatizing covert operations. So they did that in relation to Iran and Nicaragua. The Reagan administration was able to raise private funds outside of the control of Congress for financing covert operations, which was a clear violation of the US Constitution. The CIA worked with known drug traffickers and terrorists and shielded them from prosecution. And national security officials can lie and break the law without serious consequence. So none of the major players actually went to jail. They got suspended sentences and they got pardoned by the president, George H.W. Bush, later on. And George H.W. Bush was likely involved in Iran-Contra as well. So finally, a few lessons about NSA surveillance. So we've heard about those since the early 2000s. So the warrantless wiretapping leaked out in 2003 because of an employee at AT&T who found out about it, and he was trying to go public with it, contacted various media organizations, and they didn't want to publish it. So the media organizations were sitting on the story for 3 years before it became headline news. Then Congress passed the FISA amendment to retroactively legalize the wiretapping and shield the private companies from liability after the lawsuit by the Electronic Frontier organization. And the government invoked state secrets privilege in order to keep information out of the courts. So in order to make it impossible for anybody to sue the government for that. And then we had the successor program to the terrorist surveillance program, which was PRISM. And there were a couple of others that were disclosed by Snowden in 2013. So what we learned from that is when a national security state is caught breaking the law, Congress is likely to change the law to accommodate them. So Congress is not exercising its oversight function very well. Actually, Congress is looking like a captured agency. So they are working too closely with the national security apparatus. Now I'm coming to my conclusion. So first of all, governments can keep secrets. So some secrets were kept for many decades, and we only know about them because they were officially declassified and they never really leaked out. The national security state in the US has achieved relative autonomy. So they may no longer listen to the publicly elected decision makers and the politicians. So there was this big conflict between President Trump and the so-called deep state. And yeah, in many cases, the deep state was able to make decisions and get away with it. So Trump could not override them. And the greatest secrets are tightly controlled and nobody has complete visibility of all secrets. So there are too many secrets in the US government. So it's very difficult to understand what is actually happening. And there's a long history of secret weapons programs going back to the Manhattan Project. Some of these programs have remained hidden for years and sometimes decades. So we clearly have a lot of those going on. And it's wrong to assume that the public would know about those. And finally, congressional oversight is ineffective, and its purpose is more to shield individuals, agencies, and companies from liability than to enforce democratic accountability. So I've reached the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah, over to you, Iris.
All right. Anybody with questions, please direct it.
I just wondered if there was an avenue that we can get justice. Thank you.
So you mean a legal remedy in terms of holding the people accountable in the government?
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
And on
yeah, I'm sorry
all
that you're
the
being
ministries.
targeted. I don't think that there is any legal remedy at this time. The problem is that those kinds of weapons that are used for targeting others are subject to national security secrecy, because the government does not even acknowledge that those weapons exist. Actually, they will put out information that says they do not exist. So you can find a lot of articles in the mainstream media that say it's all crazy conspiracy theory, and you can speculate that this kind of idea is promoted by the government itself because they do not want to be held accountable for what is happening. And they have ensured that they're not accountable. So I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have our time's up for questions, so we'll move it down to afterwards. And so I'm going to give it to Richard to introduce the next speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, running slightly out of time. I've got one more question for Armin, actually, if you don't mind, before we moved on. So the CIA, excuse me, the CIA were quoted by the BBC News as saying they were baffled by the directed energy attacks on US soil. What would you say about that, Armin? Do you believe they were baffled by the attacks?
No, of course not. I mean, I'm sure they have been involved in those kinds of experimentation activities. I mean, that's one way of shielding the government from any accountability, by giving it to the CIA or an intelligence service, because there's automatically diminished accountability for anything they are doing. So the most sensitive stuff that is not even done by the Pentagon itself, it might be given to the CIA or to some other obscure agency where nobody is likely to look. So I don't think that the CIA would be uninformed about directed energy weapons. And it is known that they have investigated the Moscow signal in the 1960s, and they have conducted experiments in relation to MKUltra and directed energy and microwaves in particular. So they should know about it.
Yeah, appreciate that, Dr. Krishnan. Yeah, there does seem to be a long history on the subject, and thanks very much for your excellent presentation. I really appreciate it. It was very interesting and explains a lot as to why these things are happening and they are kept under wraps and they're hardly talked about. Well, they're obviously hardly talked about in government itself and especially in the media. So then our next speaker then is from Nations in Action, and she's been instrumental in exposing election fraud in the US. She stands up to those in power and their illegal activities, and most famously and recently in the media, Italy-gate and the Obama administration's payment of $500 million to Iran. So she's a warrior of justice, and she's not afraid to stand up and expose the murky dealings of the governments and shadow governments. So please welcome Miss Maria Zack. Hello, Maria.
Thank you, Richard, for having me. Maria Zack here from nationsinAction.org in the United States, but we are national in focus. We are devoted to having a transparent government. I believe Dr. Krishnan hit it out of the ballpark, did a fabulous job of teeing up the discussion about how the government is out of control and there is a total lack of transparency. So our focus is actually on the solution side of actually finding the pathways to bring about the change from this very reckless government and the out of control spending, and certainly the politicians that may not be as trustworthy as we would like. And we have had an infrastructure of a party apparatus that also has been hijacked, and the media, obviously around the world, goes right in step with that. So I will share my screen and start the presentation. So what we have, and Dr. Krishnan did a great job of starting off with explaining the difference between the deep state and the shadow government. I'm very grateful, because a lot of people confuse the two and do not understand the separation and the importance of the separation. The shadow government, as we have been discovering, does consist of the billionaires around the world. They are not just US born and bred, and they help dictate to the deep state. The deep state, the government apparatus portion of the deep state, and their vendors, subcontractors, contractors, all take orders. And so we understand this infrastructure now a lot better than we did prior to 2020. We began investigating in 2017 into this infrastructure. And so we understood that there were problems with, at the very bottom level, the NGOs, the political parties, they were doing things not right. We recognized how government was getting more and more out of control. Things didn't seem right, didn't feel right. The reporting on it by the media wasn't right. So we were able to conduct this investigation, and then discovered that our investigations needed to be segmented into different categories because things were quite out of control by the time 2020 arrived. The election theft investigation was the predominant piece as the end of 2020 neared. And we were able to gain sources and evidence, and did break the news about the use of a military-industrial complex company that is named Leonardo. And our sources from the Italian intelligence side are folks who actually, not everybody wants their countries to fall. Not everybody believes that corruption should exist. As a matter of fact, I would argue that the majority of citizens around the world do not want this. And it is the few that have hijacked by being in the key positions or leveraging people in the key positions to take over the government. And certainly in Italy and in other countries, in the national security side and intelligence world, there are good guys and bad guys. And the good guys have been meeting in the foreign countries where their countries had already fallen. Prior to the United States fall in 2020 with the election theft with President Donald Trump, that was the final straw that a lot of people felt they needed to be a little more bold and come out and work tirelessly to bring evidence to us. So we are very grateful to our sources around the world. We're very grateful for the ability to expose this to the world. Truth and transparency must prevail. The infrastructure of the shadow government that supersedes and overrides this became very evident in the election theft and the people involved. And then we discovered, sadly, that the very same people that were involved in the election theft, all emulated out of the shadow government, also did the COVID and vaccine attack. And we are the organization with the source who came forward, I believe the only source in the world to date that has said he was actually asked to run the entire COVID and vaccine attack program. So with that, we have been doing extensive research. on the individuals, the funding apparatus, the players. We supplied an amicus brief in the Third Circuit courts in the United States that there will be no forced vaccine. Many of those arguments have now been used successfully in New York, where government employees will not have to be forced to take the vaccine. So we've had some major victories as we move forward. And now, sadly, the human trafficking element also entered in to our election theft investigation, and we were able to tie specific pieces and are calling for the reopening of the investigation into the murder of the former Georgia State Senator Nancy Schaefer, where it was deemed murder-suicide after she had gone in deep on her investigation on the children missing from Child Protective Services, and she had just been on a trip to Arizona. So information was provided to us, albeit 10 years later. We believe it's imperative that that be reopened because we have been given further evidence. So with Richard's statement about our latest press release and announcement, we were able to receive information that is highly credible, highly informative, very detailed about the movement of the funds that Barack Obama had moved for the Iran deal. It was a very public deal. This is not something pie in the sky. It was very much covered by the media, and everybody seemed very suspicious that palletized cash, $400 million and then some, were all being sent over to Iran in Barack Obama's remaining days as president. We believe that this investigation must take place because the movement of the money through Dubai into Italy and then into the Bank of Merrill Lynch in Geneva, Switzerland is so detailed that we were able to determine that banking red flag laws would have been impacted. So our United States congressional members are being asked by our members, and we invite everyone in the world to please ask the congressman to immediately investigate this. We believe that the Federal Reserve should be also receiving inquiries. We want the investigation of all US citizens that were involved in these transactions. The California bank that is, it is stated, had an $8 million allotment in, and it might've been 8 million in euros for a former Italian prime minister, Conte, who was the prime minister during the 2020 election. And we were given information that the Italian government would fall and prior to it, and there was no sign that it was going to occur, and it did. So we knew that the evidence that we were receiving and the actions that were taking place abroad, because we had prior knowledge, we saw actual things occur that validated our sources. We do know that from our investigation, the shadow government has become so capable at weaponizing our bureaucracy, and the reckless spending is catastrophic to citizens here in the United States. People can't afford to own their home. Property taxes are through the roof. We can't afford to do luxurious things. And I can tell you many families are struggling, and we have an extensive budget allotted for Medicaid to assist families because it is so out of control and difficult for businesses to survive, especially since the COVID lockdown. So jobs are hard to come by, and massive layoffs are occurring. And 2023, we expect it to also proceed. We believe that there should be a suspension of funding of the CIA until full transparency by Congress. Congress abdicated their authority. The American public abdicated their authority in oversight of the US Congress, as well as the political parties. So the problem is very deep. It's very, very challenging, but I will say that we do provide solutions to help us pull out of this. But everyone in America and the world should understand that this is not something that is going to be done overnight. It will require extensive assistance from organizations that are outside of government, like Nations in Action, and coordinating with us to build the apparatus to bring that transparency to the world. And I say to the world because I think the elephant in the room may be that the United States and the failure of the citizens to keep control on the apparatus, that we may see and find that our United States government was involved in activities that we would find deplorable and unconstitutional, and certainly that some of these rogue employees infiltrated in other countries. The information we received from Italy included that approximately 55 presidential elections around the world were stolen. So it is something that is paramount that America must get a handle on. We also want to have a congressional and FBI investigation into the Obama Foundation based on this information. And we respectfully request that Christopher Wray, the head of the FBI, immediately brief America and to brief us continually, not just when he is called upon by Congress to testify. So as I mentioned, the election theft, we were given information that they used mil-spec software at the Pescara facility of Leonardo. Leonardo is 30 to 33% controlled by the the Italian public, has ownership of approximately 33%. And so this data thrust and satellite use, it is more than probable cause now. And we have photographs and other evidence that if the American government was working appropriately and the law enforcement agencies were working appropriately, this information would have been provided and moved upon. When we provided some of the information on the Obama movement to Mr. Durham, the special prosecutor, about Russia collusion, the two investigations collided directly, that the very same people involved in Russia collusion hoax were also the same people involved in the election theft. So let's talk solutions, because I don't want to be gloom and doom and that it's over. It will be challenging, but with hard work and faith and prayers, we're going to get through this, and we're going to have to get through it as a global world, not as one nation. But America does have a huge burden to rectify this situation, and certainly our politicians. So the government apparatus has to regain control based upon the United States Constitution. We also present political remedies and political party remedies, as well as media. Those are the four key pinnacles to every civil society. So this infrastructure will assist others who have contacted us around the world, and we look forward to continuing to work with them in building this apparatus in their countries as well. On the transparent government, the bill that we had tried to pass and actually had vetoed in the state of Georgia was called the Good Government Accountability Act. That model bill is something that we offer to people as a framework of what every government at every level, all the way down to the local and school boards, has to be adopted. It has about an 18-point checklist. Everything from spending to transparency is included in it. It should be basically the gold star pinnacle of whether or not your government is functioning. It should be mandatory throughout the world. Number two, I would say the big piece for us is staying ahead of it, being proactive as a government. What is it that we would like to see? A mandatory employee affidavit and a right to work state where the employee can come and go as they like, and the government can fire them as they like. It's usually 2 weeks in America, but unfortunately in the United States government, it would take at least 6 months and 2 managers to fire one employee. You could literally not show up for work for 6 months and not get fired, and we the taxpayers would be funding them. It is important that we put a mandatory affidavit program in that requires at every pay period an employee to swear under oath with legal ramifications, including loss of pension and job, and potentially arrest if they lie, but basically a check off box. No, I did not witness any fraud, corruption, or abuse, or yes, I did, and I reported it, or yes, I did, and I have not reported it. And that would go to a 3-level panel for public corruption task force that we would create, that is the federal government, local government, and state government law enforcement apparatus, because you have to keep 3 men in the foxhole. You cannot trust that just one person, one agency at this stage, because things are so questionable that we have to have all 3 levels engaged and with authority to fully investigate public corruption. Also, the ending of property tax. Many people may not understand the full ramifications of that, but setting people free and stop feeding the beast is imperative in every country. We have put together and designed a program that talks about what the actual cost of collection is of property tax. A lot of people do not look at the implicit and explicit costs, the opportunity costs, the lost opportunity costs. And in America, when we ran the numbers in 2018 to 2019, it was shocking that it was over $3 million in your lifetime of with the time value of money of how much a US citizen pays for property tax. So they want, in the bad side of the government, for you to keep paying property tax and never own your home and having that freedom, because your family will be subservient to government. We are the ones who are supposed to be in charge. It is our government, and we cannot abdicate that authority any longer. The Full Transparency and Accountability Act, I touched upon the Good Government Accountability, and certainly the repeal of the Smith-Mundt Act and any spying on citizens. So the 5 Eyes, the 14 Eyes, the country collaboration. I hope that later we can have Dr. Krishnan actually address the coordination between the CIA and the British intelligence agencies and how deep the shadow government is into those entities. I think that would be a really neat discussion, if not today, certainly in the future, because all the world needs to understand, when the bad guys, spy agencies, get together and exchange information on citizens globally, the intent of the law is very important. And in my 30 years of writing legislation, I can tell you, when you write legislation, bureaucrats like to dictate and shift the intent, and that has been very problematic in the world, and that mission creep has gotten us into the trouble we're in. Next, trustworthy politicians. This is one of my favorite. We clearly need caucus reforms inside the Democratic Party and the Republican Party caucuses. We also need PAC reforms, the political action committees, and donation reforms. We now have legislation that actually a lawsuit that went to the Supreme Court, SCOTUS, approved what was known as Citizens United unlimited spending. So the billionaires were certainly further emboldened and assisted, because they now dictate all the PACs and who will become our next politicians in America. So the trustworthy politicians, you'll know them whether or not their priorities are our priorities or their priorities. They always come and present at political parties and events, here is my agenda. Well, that right there is wrong. So stop them out of the chute. Be proactive and say, come tell us how you're going to implement our agenda. So that's what we're looking for in a good, trustworthy politician. We are kicking off our performance appraisal with trials. We did our first performance appraisal in the state of Georgia with the Senate president. In that performance appraisal, we review their activities. Did they take priorities that were theirs versus the citizens? Did they follow the Constitution? Did they follow the party rules? And that performance appraisal trial, the individual who was the Senate president was running for lieutenant governor, and he did not win his election for lieutenant governor. So word got out, and I made it very clear to other elected officials in Georgia that we will continue our performance appraisals and trials regardless of party, because if there is corruption, we are coming for them and we will expose it to the world. So there is no more running and hiding for them. And they think they can get away with not showing up at their parties, and the parties think that they can get away with not really holding them accountable. But wait, we're going to make them accountable. The transformative parties, they have to adhere to the Constitution and their party platform, and they abdicated that authority. So we're looking for ballot access reforms. We're asking people across America to join their parties, and across the world, join your parties. And the only thing you have to do is make sure that they do those two things. And you have to honor your Constitution and the intent of it, Most constitutions are great. They don't need to be changed. People want you to open it up. And that is the biggest threat in America today, because America has fallen, and these people who have paid off activists inside the party and in third-party groups have been very involved in trying to open the Constitution so it can be changed. They also do additional amendments to their state constitution to get Americans thinking it's okay to amend constitutions. No, it is not. The United States Constitution has to be hands-off forever. It is one of the most brilliant and God-divine programs ever on the face of the earth. So we are not changing our Constitution. It was just brilliantly and divinely provided. So I will tell you that the ballot access reform, in one fell swoop, if you said, Maria, what is it that America could do to take back Congress, make the CIA accountable, hold all meetings in public, and provide full transparency on funding? It's ballot access. You, as a Republican or Democratic Party, do not have to allow people on your ballot who are not of your party and do not follow the Constitution. That is the definition of what a Democrat is for the Democratic Party, or the Republican for the Republican Party. That, in one fell swoop, when you identify by doing the performance appraisal in the trial, you are then figuring out that they are not Republican. They are actually beholden to a plutocracy. A plutocracy, the plutocrats are the billionaires that are dictating what they want. They don't want transparency in spending, because then you would know all the businesses and hedge funds and military industrial complex spending and all the crazy programs over at the CIA. So that transparency has to happen. And that's where we're headed. And by the party apparatus literally falling, it's now going to be challenged in the month of January. The United States Republican Party is going to be having a key leadership position, and we will be able to find out what members of the RNC, the National Committeeman, Committeewoman, and State Party Chair of all 50 states and the 5 territories gather. And that vote will be a vote of whether or not America will succeed through the party apparatus, and who betrays America. And a lot of those people in the position do not understand how they are on the hot seat. And it will be very painful for them if they don't get this right and clean it up, because they enabled the whole apparatus to fail. And anyone who says otherwise, I'm happy to see them and have a confrontation and a presentation with them, and let's debate it, because this is very catastrophic with where America is today. And the transparency piece, many of them have been using their position for self-enrichment. That type of transparency is needed, as well as where they have leadership events and who is funding the leadership, the money that is behind the whole apparatus, and certainly transparency in the elections. Then, of course, the biggest conundrum, and we all know we are very far from having truthful media globally. We know exactly who attacked us at Nations in Action. Immediately when I came out with the information we received from Italy, I was attacked by Reuters, USA Today, and the Washington Post. USA Today through, of course, Gannett News. Those entities failed to do investigations. We had others who investigated, others who did FOIA requests to the United States government, and they're still being held out. The big boys are bought and sold to the hedge funds and owners, and we all know it. So trusting the media, and certainly, again, Dr. Krishnan's presentation was brilliant about, does the CIA actually fund the media? And what apparatus allows that? We now know that the State Department, through the Smith-Mundt Act, enabled a system where our government, in the State Department of all places, which obviously they had to hide it somewhere where Americans wouldn't know, they report on Americans who want to have a freedom of speech on social media platforms, and they don't want to have psychological operations or disinformation. But wait, the United States citizens pay to actually hurt and stunt their own voice. That is absolutely unacceptable. So we have this media apparatus that has received funds. We want a full investigation into Jeff Bezos's purchase of the Washington Post. We want these government officials to either resign if they're cowards, if they're too fearful of retaliation, because there are a lot of brave Americans who are willing to step up and serve and do the right thing and bring that transparency together. So the solutions to end the shadow government, and how will we know that America is coming back, and same with other countries? Transparency. Transparency is huge. We have to out the plutocracy, who in the government is ruled by these wealthy people. That's what the performance appraisal and performance appraisal trials do. And they don't like light. And let me tell you, I've run campaigns from the presidential level all the way down, including a super PAC. I understand what's needed tactically, and we are putting those programs together, and we welcome everyone to join nationsinAction.org. We can literally build the apparatus in your countries and your states with these toolkits. We need it to be coordinated, because the bad guys will try to take a lot of the programs and act like they are implementing it, when in actuality they are sabotaging. So running it through Nations in Action is imperative, so we can track who the members are, who are the leaders that are running the program, and then we will have a campaign apparatus that will bring about the infrastructure of going door to door, phone banking, the donors to these members, and also all their neighbors, best friends, and voters in their district. We are going to do everything to jolt America awake and the world, so they cannot be left standing. There will not be a choice. You're on notice, and we are giving everyone notice in January at Capitals to say, here's a copy of the performance appraisal, and this is how you're going to be graded, and there will be repercussions if you don't get it right. The legislative boundaries for political involvement also have to be calculated of the way the infrastructure works on that. One of the most daunting pieces that I started to see were people who were tracking us, and certainly the weaponized businesses. So we had our bank accounts canceled. I had my driving privileges canceled. I had my income taxes sent to the criminal division of the IRS. I love when they come after me. Bring it on. You just exposed yourself. Way to go. So we're super excited about that, because we now know the infrastructure a whole lot better. So with the hedge funds and their orchestration, that's extremely out of control. So we'll be working on legislation with that. You're seeing many states pull out of BlackRock in their funding. We believe that the whole apparatus of the pension program has to be changed, and people can literally take their funds and invest it where they want, and not in one entity that then dictates the stocks that they hold. They should be able to buy direct, and the power goes back to the people. Do not go into a fund and buy your stocks through them and give them any power and votes on how things go. We know why Disney is woke. We know why they're extraordinarily broken. They're now calling for gun control. That it will never happen in America. Those who come for guns in America have a new thing coming, because our Second Amendment is cherished by Americans. A lot of people believe that there is dissension among Americans. It is not true. I don't need to run polls. I talk to my friends, my family, and everybody believes in truth, transparency, and that government is out of control and doing wasteful spending. And they are very irritated at this level with their elected officials. So it has become very, very intense, and it's not going to get lighter until we see action from these elected officials. The blackmail and bribery issues must be treated as treason, and those bills must go into effect immediately. We believe a lot of the data banks have been in full use, and they one of our sources has explained that over 50% of the content in the data banks are information and videos of pedophilia. So the NIA affidavit, as I mentioned, has the felony provision, pension revocation, and job termination and immediate arrest if they falsify the affidavit. So no more covering up for your buddy in the office. If you're in a department agency that you are witnessing corruption and you're fearful and it's your boss, it doesn't matter. Your neck is on the line. Treason is not acceptable in America. And so we're going to put that infrastructure in place. If someone wishes to be a whistleblower on government corruption, they should be heard, and we should be able to have press announcements. And so one of the things that we're calling is that the government, who continues to fund government television, broadcast TV through the public broadcast system, that system must turn on not news and woke agenda. It has to be an internal examination on full transparency on government, on providing evidence and information on these whistleblowers, allowing the whistleblowers to speak up, and there should be an open platform for that. The content by a public television is very different by a private entity. Private entities should not be dictated necessarily, but certainly if they are hijacked for nefarious purposes and it's actually a psychological operation or a disinformation, that is different than journalism. And that itself will need to be punished severely, because the betrayal of the American public is beyond just a slap on the hand. It should not be something that is just esoteric. This is very serious. And so same with the theft of a vote. What is the cost of a vote? It's our entire country. So this penalty must be swift and hard. And so for the people who provide evidence willingly, obviously the whistleblowers should be celebrated and are heroes. The people who are forced to do it through an affidavit program, that's really sad that we have to go to that level, because they felt they had to. But I cannot sit idly by if my family, I'm going to lose my job while Joe is doing something corrupt that I witnessed and I didn't speak up. So I'm going to speak up, and I'm going to have a discussion with Joe, who's doing something very wrong, and I'm not going down for Joe. That infrastructure has to be put in place. It's very, very tactful. It's got to be right and hold weight. And that public corruption task force has to be all three levels to ensure that it is done appropriately and all investigations occur. So that is who Nations in Action is, and I'd love your questions, your advice, your input, and certainly your collaboration around the world with organizations that are like-minded, and certainly in figuring out this apparatus and as we fix it. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Maria. Iris, have we got any good questions there to direct to Maria?
Questions yet. I think people are still processing the information on what they can do or what actions to take.
So I can ask Maria with Dr. Krishnan's presentation before yours, and the amount of the billions of dollars that's being spent on black budget operations by the CIA and all their affiliates, and probably filters into SIGINT and MI5 and MI6, as you were saying. What do you think about that? Is that something you are aware of, that Congress is passing all these black budget bills, that so much money is filtering out of the country without the knowledge of the public, really?
Great question. I will tell you our source on one of our sources on the shadow government infrastructure of the 38 members he says controls the world, and they use African platforms. If you all were interested in buying a country, I could get it for you for about 2 to 3 billion, and you can select your own president. That does occur in the world. I can tell you that the black budgets and the apparatus of the shadow government, because we've now had, it's shocking to me, Richard, that I have set our team out, and I ask everyone around the world to do this. Ask your elected officials at a public setting, is there a shadow government inside of our government? because what I'm hearing is that the G20 conferences, which I've been to a World Leaders Conference, there are great parties. Well, there are after parties, and I'm grateful I never went to the after parties, the after parties. The word we have is that little boys, little girls, drugs, whatever they want, those world leaders have, and they get together and they decide, and this is the apparatus that has been described to me, they describe that they cut the deals on what the real infrastructure programs, it's mostly infrastructure based programs that are coordinated through platforms in Africa. Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and Charlie Munger are three of the top people that they named that coordinate and actually dictate to the politicians, the Angela Merkels and the others. I am told that others include George Soros, Henry Kissinger, Rothschilds, and certainly there have been many questions about George Herbert Walker Bush and his involvement, as well as Dick Cheney and the apparatus that came out of, from what this source claims, he was actually hired prior to September 11th to do the infrastructure for September 11th, that they knowingly put together the apparatus in an African nation to be able to bridge that effort and move quickly to make that happen. So I believe when you understand that architecture and how the CIA works and fits into it, the CIA and State Department handle all movement of our dignitaries and certainly our president. So when world leaders are meeting, they are integrally involved and they serve as a consultant to the shadow government. I have been told that there is a book, and I've read it actually, and I was told to read the book because of our investigation, and it's called Coup de 12 by Dr. David Martin. And I found it extraordinary because it totally corroborated the story of a former congressional member who said this apparatus existed, as well as this source that we have that was integrally involved in Africa. If it is true that the CIA was actually the backbone of the shadow government and how they infiltrated, that Gates and others infiltrated, it makes sense. And so that is one of the imperative pieces that Congress has abdicated their authority and neglected to investigate. And the reason now, the question is why? So yes, we believe it's all intertwined. We believe that because if it is 38 or whatever the number is, that there are people in England coordinating with the United States and with other countries that have caused this to happen. And sadly, there are many in America.
Thanks, Maria. Who's up next, Iris?
There's a question from Jay. So I guess an add-on addition to that question would be, would you need to go back to common law courts in the UK?
Yeah, I can't speak for the UK side, but I will tell you the problem is a political problem, and it's the abdication of authority. And it's also a civilian problem because we abdicated as the board of directors of our governments. So shame on us. We're all guilty because we did not devote time. We were very busy with the kids, with soccer games, baseball games. And unfortunately, we were not able to see when people lied to us. And that's what our elected officials have done. They have intentionally gone out on the circuit when they're up for election and they're telling us this great story. I'm for less government, lower taxes, building your family. The majority of Americans agree on so many things, but they want you to think we all disagree. You know, if you take abortion off the plate, which, you know, you don't know how much of that is a government pushed effort anyway, and tying to any depopulation desires by the World Economic Forum's Klaus Schwab and others. I will tell you, it's more than frustrating, because until Americans actually step in and go see their elected officials, and especially the friends of the congressman You are not a friend. Do not use the word friend to anyone until you are willing to address this. Nations in Action's volunteers have gone to public meetings and publicly asked, is it true there's a shadow government? For the first time ever in America, we had 2 Georgia congressmen say, yes, there is, and we don't know who they are. I said, guys, team, why didn't you ask them? Why are you funding them? What the heck? Stop funding them. Cease all funding in America to government entities where you have zero transparency. That is a no-brainer. And that is the difference of a statesman and a leader versus someone corrupt. That in a nutshell. And if they don't start narking and telling on their leadership, the entire leadership of the Republican and Democratic congressional delegations are totally gone. We cannot trust Kevin McCarthy, Nancy Pelosi. They're one and the same. And until we have transparency in the caucus meetings and the parties take back their role and embed personnel into those caucus meetings to report back to the citizens if their agenda was adhered to, their party platform and the Constitution, we will never get America back. So it's the party's fault. It's the people's, the citizens of the world who have to get back in and drill into those apparatuses. The common law piece, it's not going to work. From everything we've seen, witnessed, and Christopher James and others have been trying to do. It's a great concept if only the apparatus was there to function, and it does not.
All right, one more question, and that would be, okay, so Howard, and then if we have time, Dr. Ber. Howard, what is your question?
Yes, I was going to, I'll make this quick. I've been following your work, Maria, especially when you, on Christmas Eve, and you had that document that you gave to President Trump. That did it go to every member of Congress and the Senate?
The document that I handed to President Trump on Christmas Eve was a who, what, when, where, why, how the election was stolen, who did it, where they did it. Immediately the next morning at 9 a.m., Rudy Giuliani called me, said, I heard you gave the president the best Christmas present ever. And by that afternoon, we were on phone calls, and for the next 3 days at Mar-a-Lago. We did supply affidavits into both, we sent one into Congress, and we sent one, we gave one to Rudy Giuliani, the attorney for the president. I cannot speak to where they sent them to. I am told that the affidavits were seen by, that it was like wildfire and went all over Congress, but I have no knowledge of if that happened. Mark Meadows, the chief of staff to the president, did write immediately on December 26th to the U.S. acting attorney general. And he and his deputy had email exchanges that were part of the January 6th committee hearings. So we were effective in getting our request for an investigation. They made fun of it on email, and the J6 committee has covered this up. So the J6 report will be coming out soon. I did receive a call a few days ago from the head of a major news organization, Yahoo News, and he inquired specifically about that event. And he said, well, clearly you were very successful. I said, I was successful, but I was not successful in getting the outcome of an actual investigation. And that needs to be investigated. So instead of asking me if I took pictures at Mar-a-Lago, why don't you go ask the acting AG and his deputy why they hid that investigation and did everything to bury it? Who told them to? What were their other emails? Because that investigation is what Jim Jordan and the others in the United States Congress have to get down to the bottom. That's the architecture of the shadow government. Does that help answer?
Yes, and I know Len wants to come on, but one other thing that's coming at me, you may be the person to answer it. In the last couple of days, Florida, they're going to go after the Pfizer and the other companies for misleading information, false information. You mentioned Dr. David Martin. He made a comment months ago saying, if you can prove criminality, or I forget the exact legal term, then that means the emergency authorizations are no longer in effect and all these companies can be sued into the ground. Are you following that?
I am following it to a degree, and I will tell you that in the 1990s, I was at a national state legislative conference of all the state legislatures. Not all attended, but all were invited. And the CEO of Pfizer presented, and he said in the late 90s, 1 in every 2 people in I believe it was America will have cancer by 2020, and by 2050, 1 in every 1. And I was so stunned by that comment. And then later he was, I believe, tossed out, and he was caught in corruption. And so for a head of a major US company to be doing reckless and illegal activities, this isn't our first rodeo at seeing that. So we should absolutely expect that there are bad people in the world and we need to punish them. And so, yes, I hope they get down to the bottom of it. I think there are some really fantastic US senators, Rand Paul and Ron Johnson, who are relentless on this. And our investigation, we will supply information to all those doing the investigation to assist them in their efforts.
Okay, thank you. I guess my final comment is the reason why for me it's so important. I've been on the, I interrelate the COVID agenda, the graphene and the injections with 5G. And so I don't differentiate between those agendas and the whole transhumanistic agenda leading into what today is all about, being about, you know, the attack of the mind, the brain from directed energy weapons. To me, it's all one. So that's my final comment. Thank you.
You're so right. So thank you for that comment.
Okay, we got 5 more minutes.
Yeah, we have a couple of minutes for Dr. Ber.
Sorry. My question, thank you for the presentation, Maria. I'm totally on board with your agenda to wake up America. This is a very admirable goal. And I would like to ask you if in this process, do you account for the possibility of mind control on the individual scale, on the population scale? Because this is actually happening. This is no longer some kind of science fiction scenario. This is real. And also a deception type campaign that it has been automated and given to the AI that sort of executes this kind of campaign. Does your organization, does it account for these possibilities? Does it account for these techniques? And if so, how are you going to address it? Thank you.
So we held a conference over 4th of July weekend in Atlanta, Georgia. If you go to nationsinaction.org, look at the conference videos and you'll be looking specifically for James Martinez. He is the whistleblower on mind control from inside, where he was trained by one of the top people who started the MK Ultra program. And we were the first person he granted an interview with. He came and presented, stayed all 5 days at the conference, worked with the other media personalities that we had there. American Media Periscope and Brighteon have now carried interviews with James. So we were helping James get his message out. We want him to have to testify. He is willing to step up and be bold. He has had people around him killed, and he knows exactly what the stake is. He knows how far things are gone, and he understands things at a level that that would be imperative for the congressional members to understand, as well as the world. Yes, it is very much in our plan. We know what we are facing. We know how daunting it is. And that is part of the problem with dealing with the people in the party and in elected office, because they don't know whether, they don't even know about MK Ultra, let alone if they were MK Ultra. That's how far gone we are. So by having that apparatus of the performance appraisal, the citizens who do understand and have not been MK Ultra and understand what should take place, they now have checklists. And if that person's not performing for whatever reason, good, bad, or ugly, you just still have to move them aside, take them out of that power position. Do not let them on your ballot, or do not let them be in a party leadership position. So that is exactly why that apparatus, a lot of people ask us about our programs, and a lot of people come to us, you need to adopt our program. And I'm like, love brainstorming on programs. But I always have to ask, what is the end result? If our result, if our goal is to take back government, you have to start in these apparatuses and with these programs, because it's very difficult to break through something so daunting as this. So by pulling out the elected officials and coordinated, we've been beta testing these programs. So we knew the performance appraisal with the trial. Once you do a trial in their district, they're not happy, and they're not happy when you invited their donors and their voters. And then you take the video you did and you chop it into campaign ads, and we actually start educating in a systematic way, educating and teaching the citizens in his district what he did, and more importantly, what he didn't do and what he didn't say. And if any elected official in America does not say there's a shadow government and we don't know where the money is and we need full transparency and we're going to pass a Transparency Act, if they're not saying that, they need to go, because it's too late. They had the chance. The litmus test was there. They failed. So that's kind of where we're at, if that makes sense.
It does. I will try to get in touch with James Martinez. Thank you.
And I'm happy to connect you. And also, I was thinking through your presentation, and I think it was so great in the exposure and the way you're exposing this, because if a congressional hearing were to take place, and I would highly recommend that you get with Ron Johnson, Senator out of Wisconsin, and also Rand Paul, and build the apparatus. What we have to have, what we need, is a structured committee that actually has presentations similar to the way this was structured, presentations from experts who understand the different pieces and they build off of each other. Your presentation was fabulous because you gave facts, you gave evidence, you have doctors. I have a whole lot more questions. If someone starts mapping out each of the sadly, the people who've had this happen, like in your situation, and we start tracking who they are, what were they working on, what was so significant that they were trying to stop you, because that's where we're at. JP Morgan Chase tried to stop me. PayPal canceled me, tried to stop me. IRS coming after me. That's a weaponized government. And all of that happened, many of the items all happened within like just weeks of each other. That means a memo went out from someone high up in the shadow government going, time to take Maria and Nations in Action down. No, it's so visible. So by building that apparatus with the dates and the times and the significance of those events, is critical, but so valuable to congressional staff who are putting these committee hearings together. So I'd be thrilled to help consult, and Nations in Action wants truth and transparency. I'm happy to help and work with you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Zack. And the tip is visibility, everybody. And Richard will be introducing Dr. Astrid Stuckelberger. And I'll hold all the questions. I'm keeping tabs. Don't worry, everybody.
Thanks, Iris. And thanks, Maria, for such an energetic and heartfelt presentation. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And so now we have Dr. Astrid Stuckelberger. So Dr. Astrid is a PhD private docent at the Faculty of Medicine of University of Geneva and Lausanne. She's visiting professor across Europe, top Swiss researcher and teacher since 20 years with pioneering work with the WHO, the United Nations, and the EU required her expertise for different programs. For example, IHR, SDH, Innovate, HIAP, ERC, and GINA. Astrid carried out extensive research and exposed huge anomalies and irregularities in how the COVID pandemic, and how it was handled. And what's actually in the vaccines and why everyone is being forced to take them. She reveals some of the true operations behind the scenes in relation to the pandemic and calls for investigations into illegal operations of the United Nations and the WHO. So hello, Astrid, are you there with us?
Yeah, I thought I was the last one. I wasn't quite ready. Now I'm just pulling up my PowerPoint. If you give me a minute.
Take your time, no worries. I think we're running ahead of schedule, really, so not a problem. And yeah, we're just going to have the round table discussion after this, where we just get all the speakers together, just for a little chat of the presentation and hopefully some solutions. And obviously anybody else who would like to ask the speakers questions that we haven't had an opportunity to do, we might be able to do that just after Astrid's presentation as well.
Can you see it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Astrid, yeah, I've got your presentation. Yeah, we can see your presentation there.
Sorry for that. Okay, let me just pull it up with the screen is full of things in front of me. Okay. Okay, very good. Let me get myself out of the way. Okay, so I'm here to present to you maybe something a little bit different, but I think it's complementary and will give another perspective on total control of information, but also of human health, of humanity. Everything I'm going to say has proof behind, so I cannot just pull out all the expertise and my reports, but I have done reports for different courts, tribunals in the world and in France, etc. So let me go ahead. So the idea, okay, I do something here. Okay, good. So I called it like that, the world grab for total information control and human control, to make sure that we don't talk only about technology and information, but we take a real human-centered approach. And I have distinguished two levels, but they are entangled. It's the policy level, at the level which I know best is the United Nations, and I called it CO because United Nations company. I want everybody to understand that. I will explain. And then the scientific level, from macro to micro, because you can go to WHO, but I really want to address, and we talked with Magnus about this, I want to address this whole problem of what is the content of the vials and this experimental vaccination, even though I could not have time to pull out all the reports and all the evidence with pictures and lab results. But that's where I want to go also. And then some solutions, you know, it's such a huge situation that I think it will take another level to find a real solution. So policy level. For those who don't understand, I will try and go back to the basics. The policy level is a world grab of the United Nations through WHO. This is why I'm going to explain two mechanisms. First, the United Nations, because the United Nations is a world government. Actually, it is the best, monopoly game they have put in place since the First World War. They did Société des Nations, the Society of Nations, which was built in Geneva. The doors still have the logo SDN, Society of Nations, and it was built with the very famous Freemason societies from Scotland, England, and other France, etc. So we can find history behind this, and it's very important to put that in context, because what you will see is that after the Second World War, first there was only a nation, a Société des Nations, but after the Second World War came all the structure of WHO and the preparation of this grab of through an emergency law of all our constitutions. So let's go. Okay, page down. Oh, why I have difficulties. Oh, okay, right. Page first. That's very important. You can get this graphic by just typing United Nations system, and you look PDF mapping, and then you will find this. It's extremely important to understand this, because the United Nations is normally, it is all member states coming together, which all our countries with all our constitution come together to meet every year in New York in September for the General Assembly of the United Nations with all the presidents, prime ministers, or whatever, and they decide of the future of the world through agendas 2030, but not only. Every single one of those agencies has an agenda and has a plan. So it is plans of plans coming to the General Assembly. You see on the left of the screen, General Assembly. Who is directing the General Assembly is the Secretary General, Guterres, who formerly was the head in Geneva of the Office High Commissioner of Refugee. And refugees today are not sure they're refugees, or if they're not Nazis, outsourced from Ukraine. So if I can speak about this, it's because I have been for more than 30 years in and out the UN, either as an expert, either hired as a contract, either organizing events with NGOs, science, and the United Nations. And I have met all those people and many of those agencies in New York, in Vienna, and in Geneva. And I was accredited at the United Nations since '99 with the academic NGOs. And then as an expert. So this is why I have taken this as my new university 30 years ago, not knowing that this was going to bring me to talk to you about this and how important it is to understand this system. So I have made circles here, a bit elaborate so you understand. In green, it is the legal system in the United Nations, which means the General Assembly is very closely related to the Security Council. As you know, there are only about 5-6 huge countries directing what the UN is really doing, and the Secretary General is just playing the chairman or president. But the Security Council is deciding for all the bioweapons convention with the all the technology bioweapon. We should actually stop talking just of bioweapons. We should talk of biotech weapons, nanotech weapons. And all this is you can see that they're hiding a lot of stuff in the Security Council, but they're taking decisions for the rest of the world because they are deciding for the whole system you see in front of you. So the first thing you have to understand is Security Council is directing the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court and the Nuremberg Code that was taken back into the UN at a certain point after the Second World War, when they didn't arrest the real perpetrator of the Second World War. Then you have the Office of High Commissioner of Human Rights that is down below in green with all the nice values, the good things in the name of human rights, in the name of equality, in the name of doing good, of peace, etc. And actually, I see today that the reverse values have been put in place. The good values have been turned over like a crepe into bad values. And in that context, there are things on peace, in the name of peace. They are perpetrating war and keeping on, humanitarian operation, which are more, NGOs that make business. We call them the bingos, the business interested NGOs. And with that, there is also the disarmament conference in Geneva. So Geneva has more operations and more meetings than in New York or anywhere in the world. So that's in in green. So you understand that all the judicial system is actually in the hands of those people, and you cannot really do anything unless somebody does a reservation on a document, which happened with WHO, for example, and I will talk about that. So in green is the legal system. I don't have much time, so I'm not going to go too far into that. Then in red is everything related to health, and I mean we can put much more because health is in everything. It is in refugees and health, migrants and health, international trade of health goods, in the UNICEF for children, even in the food program in agriculture for validating what is healthy or not, in the ILO for the labor office to know if the Minister of Health and the Minister of Labor have looked at safe work and healthy work. So really, health is the entry point for all those issues. And now we understand why it's through WHO. In blue is things that are related to information. And this is why it's important to understand that the information that is now coming out of the loudspeaker of the United Nations from any government CEO, I think we should say that, because you know that every country, and I discovered that with Jerry Minell in South Africa, that South Africa was registered in New York as a company, that Switzerland has been registered 3 or 4 times as a company enterprise in Brussels, and every country actually has been registered somewhere as a country. You can look under sec.gov and looking into that, and even some of your American universities have legal texts about that. So in blue, it's the information system. There is a General Assembly, and the Secretary General has a Department of Public Information. So and it is below in the yellow arrow on the department and offices. You can't see it you can see it up there. Then you have statistics of all the functional commissions have actually departments of communication, or the secretariats. But the most important, I think, to see here is on your far right is the ITU, the International Telecommunication Union. And you have to know that this, it's in Geneva also, and I have been part of this because my first specialty during the 10 first years was on aging, and I collaborated a lot with WHO. I was part of the expert group, aging, active, healthy aging. Even Ilona Kirkbusch, who's today, carving this new pandemic grab on the world, was there. So I know a lot of people who are today, I recognize them in front of me, and I know why they did what they did. But the ITU has something very interesting. They organize big conferences. Big conferences are preparation to get all the ministers of health, of technology, of this, of that together for the same agenda. This has been starting to be carved 20 years ago. So in 2002, 2004, there were 2 sections of a big conference called WISES, the World Information Society Conference. World International Society Conference. And I was in charge to do the ICT for the information communication, telecommunication for development. One part of the panels for the NGOs, the private sector and science with a team that was in Geneva in 2004, and the rest was in Tunisia. And I saw there that the ministers of telecommunication were there present, and I was taking care of Mali and of Bolivia. So I met them because they were on the panels. So this has been carving up that technology was grabbing the world in not only in innovation, but in the communication efficiency. So this UN system, and I know that at the head of ITU today are 3 Chinese at least, and it's illegal to have more than 2 in a governance. So I cannot go further, but go and look at this World Society Information, World Summit for Information Society, the WSIS, and they're talking of cyber attack. I was invited to be on a panel last year on cyber security and seniors. So this is a topic very important, very hot, but you have to know that everything you see in a government is linked to this family company with the private sector, because you don't see here, but in 99, Kofi Annan pulled in the Global Compact, a big chunk with all the private sector contributing to the United Nations, of which Gavi with Bill Gates, of which Coca-Cola, of which Nike. And there were a lot of polemics from the ILO because you cannot have people who use children for work, and etc. So you see, I could speak a lot on this, but I don't think it's we cannot spend too much time. So what I did now that you see what is going on, as an overview, you need to understand, and I have data behind everything here. There has been a big information system control strategy, which went through WHO, ITU, UN government world under world emergency law. Actually, thanks to the emergency law of WHO, they managed to put a legal framework to say the countries that in their constitution or in a legal epidemic or pandemic law, there was a little paragraph that the revised constitution just included, saying that above all, we have to obey to WHO in case of a world emergency law because of national security or whatever. So I can really see two phases. The first phase was really to create fear, human heart, emotional fear, because it puts down your immunity and it makes you obey and be controlled. So this was, I have made it for the media. The media shaped a deadly virus with absolutely no scientific evidence, because the virus has to this date not been isolated according to the postulate of Koch, which requires 4 things. An isolation, you take pictures, you can see it, you isolate it from the petri dish. A characterization, we have not seen much, but there has been some documents. Then what has not been done is the causality and the contagiosity, the transmission. Causality is something that you have to do over and over again, especially with a virus that mutates all the time and disappears. Coronaviruses are very known and they are not dangerous, and they mutate so quickly that the SARS-CoV-1 disappeared in 8 months and just touched 24 countries. I have written an article I would show you just after on that. So it is impossible to do a coronavirus for 20 years called COVID-19. So this was created for fear. Scientific information was totally distorted, thanks to the media, thanks to the information, social media, and to the CEOs of the government and their Minister of Communication. So it was through censorship and through lies. So it created an infodemic of pandemic, COVID-19 terror, to put ingrained in the minds of people that this is dangerous, and each time they hear this word COVID-19, there's a trigger. So it's like a media terror, which does not correspond at all to what we have been teaching in WHO. With WHO, I carved a course with them on the international health regulation and on communication ethics. So it's clear that 2020 was the excuse to create terror through image, through text, through media, through censorship. Fast checker, government and science were together against the people. To create what? A response. You know, you have a trigger and a response, and the response was a global clinical trial. Clinical trials normally are in 80 people or 100, but not more. You just need a significant number. We have not seen the stage of the animal research, which takes more than 6 months. We have not seen clinical trial of a small scale. They just went up directly to the vaccine, call it vaccine, like a validation, lied again their propaganda of fear to create a forced consent of people cannot go to work if they don't take the vaccine. How could that happen? Through the Minister of Health, through the Minister of Labor, through the schools, the Minister of Education. So the whole system of United Nations to me makes sense. They probably signed, and I don't have a proof, but it will come out, signed contracts and things like that. So this media validation of an experimental vaccine, clinical, on the global world is a clinic. This was a total aberration for me. It doesn't make sense. There is no debates. There was no ethical basis. I was part of the ethics research committee for 4 years in WHO. On international research, we would never have admitted that. Phase 2, just not to say that John Ioannidis, Professor Ioannidis, proved, published on WHO bulletin in 2021 January and in 2020 that there was no more deaths than in any other pandemic formerly. So this fear is clear. There is no scientific basis. The scientific committees were all corrupted and had links with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation or Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccine Immunization. So this was very clear to me after a while, and we have proofs on that. The phase 2 was after this fear and after having implemented a response with a vaccine. There is this digital pass that they're forcing upon us with QR codes everywhere. And this corresponds very well to a document of WHO called Digitalization of Care. And there has been many, and I will show you a picture after. This is one of the synthetic graphic you have to understand very easily the rest. And then they're doing this digital world pass. The European Union has agreed for a digital pass for vaccination. But they have not yet forced it, but they are preparing an energy pass, a cash pass, etc. So this is WHO who has published 2 documents, one on 2 types of documents, digital, everything digital, digital care, digital system, with a One Health, One World government, which links with the UN and e-government. And the second is the 23-24 coming, but they have already started in WHO also. Summer 2021, they published this digitalization of care, and they published 4 documents on genome editing out of the blues. And we have never seen in WHO any document on genome editing. Normally it's UNESCO talking of the protection of the genome, talking of the ethics of not touching the genome. But thanks to their CRISPR research for cancer, they have opened the Pandora box of the breach of every convention on touching the genome. So 2023 is going to be the 24, the circle closed of the crystallization of what they want, which through WHO is One Health, One World, because otherwise you're going to die, an eternal pandemic with an eternal false, fake, alert and response. And what they want to do, you will see through the documents, is a standardization and an imposed timing that they can do this the quickest they want, the best they want, with all their world health, their world member state government corporation. And that's it. They can track and trace. They can do smart cities, smart homes, smart everything, smart people, because they are technologized and they are transhuman through gene editing and through the vaccination. So I could stop here actually because I have said everything, but in fact, it's very important to understand that information ethics has 4 basic rules that I have to remember to everybody, because there's nobody talking about ethics. One is beneficence, do good. The second is do not harm, or first or second, do not harm, don't make harm, and creating fear is a harm. Then the third is independence, autonomy, independence of opinion, independence of saying, no, I do not consent, the right to say no, and that people respect you. And the last one is justice, and you have to treat everybody equally and not discriminate one group against another, the vax against non-vax, etc., etc. And this is the basic, normally, of human rights and also of politics and of information. And we had a course on that. And the key role was to say, do not create fear. That is my article that you can find on Acta Biomedica 2020, where I explain the difference between SARS-CoV-1 and SARS-CoV-2. And it makes absolutely no sense because the coronaviruses have never been, it's a moving target. It mutates so quickly, like even quicker than influenza, that they were never able to develop a vaccine, never, in 20 years, in 20, 30 years. So it is very strange that they use that thing. Here it is the example, because I will go a bit quicker. It's the example of the virus fear. And when we were teaching this media communication. WHO ethics of it's do good, do not harm by creating fear through image, through through words, through law, and listen to people. It's one of the first exercise we were doing is press communication conference. And the scientists and the politicians and the ministers of health who were there and WHO officers had to listen and make sure that they reassure and they say when they don't know, and they inform what they know and they inform what they don't know, and they take it step by step, but they can never know everything right away. So this was a big scam from the beginning. Now, this also is the phase 2 of total control, an example. And as Maria was saying about the G20 summits, yes, the G20 summit gives you a clue of everything going on. Well, in 2019 in Japan, they did a whole lot of document talking of realizing society 5.0. I'm on aging and anti-aging, and transhumanists call and talk about humans 5.0. So we have to be very careful, because this is exactly what they want to do. And it is exactly where my research and expertise in innovation in the European Union is. Now it's clear that in aging, they wanted, there were more and more research projects, and there is one I am still part of since 12 years. It's assisted ambient living with aging and technology and business. And what they want is to do out of old people's home a smart home. And it was always in the good to help people manage, their biomarkers, manage their e-mirror, can tell you if you're sick or not. Your toothbrush, which is a smart toothbrush between the dentist and you, can send pictures and a sample of your DNA with the saliva. And this, of course, goes through a private company. So I was always opposing this, saying, no, you need to, this is data privacy. This you cannot do in Europe. The general data protection regulation doesn't allow you, neither does ethics. But they go over this, especially in the US, where Alexa can collect all your data, voice included, bioacoustics, know what you have, who you are, and make diagnostic about that. So this human society, realizing society 5.0, is what they want. You can see there robots, artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and let's add Internet of Bodies, because that's where they're going with the virus and the experiment vax. And you can see that the World Economic Forum here has made a meeting on 16-18 November 2021 on governance and economic award, World Economic Forum, G20. But remember, it's not our governments, it is really CEOs. And there is no regulation. All the documents that you see on AI and smart cities, I have in China to present what Switzerland was doing with AI and human longevity. And I saw that the government does not want to make a legislation because it's bad for the business. So there is no legislation, neither on AI, neither in cybersecurity. There's a problem of, that's how they can take everybody shortly, by emergency. So that's what I want to just say is those smart cities programs, and there is one in Vienna is a smart city. They're going to start making the list of smart cities. So I think we should really counter that as an anticipation. So cyber attack is already there in the aging. We had a Dr. Pavel who showed this, and I'm taking from him some of the press headlines. Top Union official warns malicious emails and rise in pandemic, but they don't alarm on cybersecurity. You see alarming increase in cybercrimes, and then other here on mysterious cyber attack. Hospitals, because you can of course hack people through, because they have bionic how you say, they have a pacemaker, they have chips in their body. Some of them, there was a company in US, there is called Chip Me for all people, defibrillate if they have a heart attack. You can have implants that have cyber chips, because then the doctor can control and help you. So this is very dangerous. Then you can have organization exposed with, and COVID-19 has been very good for them. And now we're going on electricity grid. So here we go with 5G. They're going to say it's a cyber attack, and it's not, you see. So that's to say that this health system is very important, that you understand that through health, this is a beautiful model of the best health system you can get. You're reaching out all the hospital, maternity, surgery, training center, you know, all alcoholic women, cancer screening, environmental health, CT scan, cytology, diabetes, specialized care. Through health, get all the human behavior from birth to death and all the groups. So they understood this very well. So that's also another graphic I want to show you. Daniel Tarantola, who's a specialist of human rights, I invited him to speak at the University of Geneva many times in our summer school on global health and human rights. And this is the graphic of WHO that is very appreciated, because it is to say that health is not just in the hands of doctors, it's in the hands of every department. Health is not just in a hospital or in a medical practice. It is in agriculture, it's in education, it's in the work environment, creates health or disease, in your living conditions, in the water, in the sanitation. That's very, very important. All the environment and the e-care service and the housing. Your house can create disease or health. So this was a very important, and he showed how the right to work is there to help this and to help that. But today it's almost like a prison, depending on what human rights you are actually imposing. And the ethical challenge and human rights challenge is when in the AI, I like this chart is set, the internet of everything, and the AI is that a man, according to the hospital, the new electronic patient record system, that he's pregnant. And actually, maybe a transgender, he will be very happy, but it's not really a very good idea. So the second thing I want to talk in this first chapter is about the WHO crisis emergency. Here we have two phases. The virus, this you can see all the documents below of the certificate of test result of COVID, everything is digitalized on the left. And on the right is their phase 2 total control of information and biohacking, because there is a clear will to digitalize humans, disease, health systems, smart homes, smart cities, and the transhumanism, biotech, nanotech. And this is where you can see, I made a graphic because I see among my colleagues, infectious doctors, medical doctors, and researchers. I'm used to work with engineers and innovation in public health. We always are very open, because why? Because the causality of a pandemic or epidemic is not only a virus. You have to check everything. This is why the Koch postulate was a good idea, but they have not done it. But what they have not done is check for the causality of this, so to say, syndrome of symptom of COVID, according to the 3 other typologies, which is foodborne disease. The third is, I was in charge of the case studies, that's how I know. So foodborne infectious, foodborne disease, chemical agent, and the last one is radionuclear. And I know now today, when I see all the results, is that we should have a fifth one, which is high nanotech radiation, in the compound of the new nanotech advancement of research. It is absolutely impossible to put them just in one of them. It's not just radionuclear, it's not just chemical, it's what I called a nanotech radiation and poisoning. So here is the big polemic today in controversy of controlled opposition and also of ignorant scientists. The first question, and I thank Dr. Nagase and Dr. Monteverde for having found that, is the question is, this experimental vaccine who creates so many diseases, is the content biological or not? And the result is no. Why? Because as Dr. Nagase and Dr. Monteverde, and then many others have checked by spectrography, there is no nitrogen and no phosphor in the vials. If there is no nitrogen and phosphor, there's nothing biological. So both of them and more other people say there is nothing biological. There's no mRNA biological. There's no antibodies or samples of the virus biological, which should create antibodies normally, according to the Institute of Pasteur. There is nothing of that. So then you refer to David Martin and you say, yes, David Martin said that. He said that all the patents he gave, he regretted because they were not biological. And when David Martin said that in front of Rainer Filmisch audit, I had to listen 3 times to what he said to make my brain rewire and say, yes, of course, it can be something else. It can be an information in water or in nanoparticle, nanorobots, or, water is full of information. For those who don't know, I refer you to not Emoto only, but to the incredible work of Dr. Ben Vist in France. And Montagnier has never quoted him, but used all his data and all his information. So we know that you can have in water an information that is we should not say bio, but numerically biocompatible numeric code that can create a response of a vibration and frequency that creates a disease. But anyway, so what you know now is that there is nothing biological in the vial. It creates a biological effect. And of course, if you put metal in your body, you're going to have an inflammation. You can try, even on your skin. But let's take the B scenario. We have 2 scenarios now. Those who don't understand this and need to look at this as a virus and an infection of a virus. And they take the traditional clinical narrative and keep on talking of mRNA and spike. And this instead of differentiating the causality of the effect. Because if the causality, as I understand now with all the reports that have been done since the beginning, with those who were allowed to do autopsies, like Dr. Bridle, who collaborated with a group of Japanese in June last year, June 21, and he said that he has never seen that the spike protein was in every organ, every vessel, every tissue, and he had never seen that. So it is not the biological logic. And what is also interesting is to correlate this, that the oxide graphene was absolutely found on and on by different experts and microscopes, because there are more than 17 microscopes you can test. So people should get those experts should all get together. But this is very interesting, is that this oxide graphene was definitely found with metal. And this is, for example, Professor Burkhardt and Lange also confirmed in front of a lawyer in September 21, Austrian and German, that there is metal, then there is oxide graphene, like quinta columna also. And oxide graphene was found also in all parts of the body. And when you look at DARPA research, I'll invite you to go and look at the video of Dr. Charles Morgan from DARPA called Psychoneurobiology and War. He explains very easily that graphene oxide is the best communicator for taking control of a human being at a distance. And on this carpet, I did a report on this, on this carpet of oxide graphene, really nano, you can actually set the receptor of a bacteria, receptor of genome, receptor of a parasite, and receptor of other things, and you can code it from a distance. So this is a very interesting report he's doing for everybody. So when you look at, he said actually that they have tested this on monkeys, and that a surgeon was doing his surgery. It's always for good, of course, surgery, and the monkey was responding to the same behavior. Then he did it they did it with a human being in Philippines, and the guy in Philippines said, yes, it's strange, I can move, my hands are moving without me even controlling. So oxide graphene is not something to take lightly. It's something to take very, very seriously. There are many reports. When you look at Horizon 2020 and the follow-up of the EU, they have spent millions on graphene research. And in all my years in the EU, I never heard about that. And it's like it was under the radar. For some reason, it's only in the hands of experts. So this, I took some time on this because it's so important. And Magnus, we discussed together to say that this synthetic nanotech found in those vials should be totally arrested right away. And it is actually going into the direction of editing a genome through CRISPR. And there are reports on this, so I cannot advance now, but I opened the door for you to look into that. And we know now also with Mark Steele and many other and all what Alfred and Magnus have done and many others that this environmental microwave radiation targeted and is there. So I have no problem to make the hypothesis that those 5G of the new generation have actually are much more powerful than we think because they have put more things in it. Now, I will not have time maybe to go through all my slides, but I want to go through some of the most important. And I ask Richard to tell me when I have 10 minutes left. If it's already now, then I have to know. Or Richard.
Yeah, sure. No worries, Astrid. You've got 10 minutes. Yeah, that's no problem at all.
Because I might have to go quickly. I took a bit of time at the beginning. Sorry.
Don't
So as I am on this whole policy level, even if I went into the biometrics biology already to make sure that this is ingrained in this presentation, I want to talk to you about because it's linked to everything. As WHO, you have to understand, WHO has the hands on all the ministries of all your governments. Anyway, they don't obey to the logic of a government, although they look like they do things legally. And what they're doing now, the head of the WHO, I have to start with that, Tedros Ghebreyesus, if you look at his history, who he is, he has been researched by his own country. He has participated in militia. He has been part of the Gavi before he joined WHO. He was one of the member of the board of Gavi of Bill Gates, the Global Alliance of Vaccine Immunization, who took over the WHO plan of action on vaccine in 2012. So Tedros was already involved with conflict of interest even before he started as a director general. When he came in 2016, Bill Gates had already had his foot in WHO because you can see that in the papers of the General Assembly of WHO, in the executive board documents, that Bill Gates was given the hands to manage, coordinate the global plan of vaccine 2012, 2020. I wanted to show it to you, but I didn't have time to put it in the presentation next time. But he did that, and normally they should change the director general. And if they re-elect someone, he was re-elected this May in the General Assembly every May in Geneva, but he was illegally re-elected because his country, member states, opposed his re-election. His country went against. So you see very well that WHO is not responding at all as it used to democracy of a system of information and decision that is normal. And by the way, there's also another information I have from inner people who talk to me that in fact the information system is managed by McKinsey. And they got millions. I mean, I think they paid 3,000 a day or 30,000 euros a day, something like crazy. But they are doing all the information, all the agenda, They are managing with Tedros the meetings, what is going to be said, what is not, etc. So all the information is no longer something democratic. It is already under the grab of a world system. So there are two documents. The first one is this international health regulation. I will go quickly, but you have to know that this international health regulation is not new. It has already been there after the conference of Istanbul, before even the United Nations in 1800s, because of commerce and trade. But it has been remodeled after SRAS-CoV-1 with Brundtland. That strangely enough, it had human rights. They put control of border, the tailored response. So everything looked very good, and they have to go through an annex. And before they can declare an epidemic, and each country has to do its work, and then they can one by one declare an epidemic. And then, but a pandemic cannot happen just once, a lockdown at one day. And why? Because actually go and look at the disclosed emails of Fauci. The number 1233, it's an email he got from China saying, lock down the world now, with all the measurements he had to take. And that was around the 15th of March, 2020. But normally everybody should go through the annex, and they never did it. So it's clear. Why did they do that? Is because they did a training, I think, with the SRAS-CoV-1, and it made them see that the system can work, because through the constitution of WHO, Article 21, you can decide to implement a law if it is under emergency law, and it is binding internationally, this international health regulation, because it's for national security. So you see, the emergency, national security, and this international health regulation are bind to help them to do the dictatorship. It's fantastically well organized, really. It's a binding law. They did not sign it, they adopted it. And it took then, that's when I got in 2009 to help train people on the core capacity that looked all very good. It was extended and then stopped because Bill Gates came there and he stopped the whole training. It was the training of the residents, 3 courses. We did 3 times for all the regions in the world, except China wanted to do it on its own. And you see there, communication with WHO, informed. Every country had sovereignty at that time. Now, that's the management normally of a public health risk. And as a normal, it goes up and down quickly. And it was down, the flu, the influenza, which we call COVID, was gone from all the reports, was gone in the summer. So you see, normally that's how early warning and early response, and it should have been never happened actually. And here is definition modification of the pandemic. I have the one of 2019, where you see that an epidemic is an enormous number of death and illness, and they erased that. Also erased the fact that the risk and the causality are so many that they have departments in all those documents, in all those topics: food safety, chemical, radionuclear, deliberate accidental release. That should probably be where things are happening now. Product safety, environmental, consequence of natural disease. They maybe did everything. Oh, here is the global vaccine action plan. Sorry, I had not put it. This is where they also changed another very important word to make this grab and this dictatorship. Is the only immunity is immunization. And Gavi had already thought about it because he called it vaccine immunization. And they have raised health, and health as our power to have health. Okay, so that's how Bill Gates happened to make a vaccine with CEPI and Gavi. See, the manufacturing of the whole business, the therapeutics with Unitaid and the diagnostics, and you have the whole business system here under health. So you can put people down mentally, physically, and then you give them the solution, and they have to obey or not. And this is really where we stand. So how is the Constitution possible to take over all the national constitutions? Well, it's very simple. It's Article 19 to 22, and there has been, I counted, 7 to 8 amendments to the Constitution since 1948. So it's in the details that the devil is in the detail, and we should go and look into the adjustment they made through the years. But what is very important to remember is the preamble has a very important mention to the UN Charter, Article 57, and another one, that the 57 makes the link to the UN system direction with WHO of the whole world. The Article 19 and 20 and 22 are the modes of operation for democracy. This means if 2/3 of the countries say yes, the whole world has to be accept, even if a country doesn't accept. And the Article 21 is everything you need to take over the health, but they have already started. You see, it's nomenclatura, change the definition of disease, cause disease, standardize everything, the diagnostic, the safety, make your business, make your labeling, and make your market. So you can go and look into this. If you understand that this constitution gives the right to every country, to WHO, to take a total grab on other constitution, because they are changing not only the international health regulation, but they're also changing, they are creating a new treaty. And this new treaty will allow every, WHO to have the direction of all the countries' pandemic management. So it is very, very serious. And the time framework is like that, is that now they are making an international negotiating body. They are meeting actually at the current moment, and they are finalizing the treaty. They're going to call it now, they call it convention. Wait, how do they call it? Yeah, they're going to create a convention plus. So they're going to make a convention like the tobacco convention, where every country will have to obey to their system of disease and control of disease. So what I will say as a solution to all this, the first thing is that the science is out of hand. All the solution is to put back a framework of ethics, of regulation. And the problem is that ethics is not punishable. Ethics is a soft law. Law, as WHO is doing, is going to be a hard law, and this is where we have to stop it. Every country should keep its sovereignty. As the countries are not government but CEOs, we will have to create a new constitution where the current government cannot be the government. I cannot say it differently. And finally, the solution is to create a new health system, a new health governance, not only with values, not only with ethics, but with a new health paradigm. And I heard, we were talking with Karen before, that all the frequency medicine corresponds to healing the frequency that they are sending to us, and the grab they're trying to do with 5G. We must stop 5G, have all of us measurements and do our own research ourselves. But I'm glad I'm in this group, because I think there is a lot to do in the future on bioacoustics, on smell, all the senses, the frequency and vibration of all the smells, all the senses we have. Len talked about his issue, and I was thinking that, yes, there is not only the frequency as such, there is, you saw the noise, but there is also the smell. You can kill with the smell, or you can heal with the smell, with essential oils. And then the whole thing of bioacoustics, talking and listening, is a huge field. I was with an American group of precision medicine with actually Sherry Edwards also, and bioacoustics, and there's a lot of hope. And even Einstein, if it's him who quoted or not, they say it's him. He said that the future of medicine is frequency medicine. And I think that it's frequency governments and frequency people will be the future of this. I can take questions.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much for your presentation. I do have a question for you. Like, what should one person do to go to a toxicologist and document a case, something like this?
You mean his own case, or
for individuals?
Somebody vaccinated or not?
Vaccinate. Maybe they think it's vaccination, and it could lead into some sort of different adverse effects.
Okay, the first thing I developed a protocol based on the research and things that made sense with all my knowledge also. The first thing I tell them is to go and check their D dimer, D-dimere. The D dimer is a very easy test. It's only 30 euros in France. You can go to the lab, you take your blood, and it measures your microthrombosis, the level of your microthrombosis and microcoagulation. And as the oxide graphene is known to pump the air, create coagulation, create something, because the embalmers are finding plastic in their veins, and I suspect that this oxide graphene is taking all creating the clots everywhere. So this is a first indication, and the doctors that I have had collaboration with, they found in sports people up to 9,000 D-dimer. The normal range is 500, and 9,000 you're almost dead. That's why, so you have to go and clean up your blood. So that's one. The other one is the oxide. Take your oxygen level. You can measure. Then there's creatinine, your inflammation, biometric. You can look if you have some inflammation in your body. And after that,
okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
for treatment, you want to?
Oh no, I was just asking about the oxygen recording. Would you be suggesting a continuous pulse oximeter recorder? Would that be helpful?
Yeah, actually, if it exists, but you have small things you can put on your finger, so it doesn't cost much money. The problem is that people should not go through the hospital. It's dangerous. I'm sorry to say, I've worked for the university hospital, and today they give treatments like Remdesivir, Paxlovid, or Veklury, who are killers. I'm sorry, but the evidence is there. So it's better to heal naturally. For example, ivermectin is censored, and you always have a natural correspondent. It's a black cumin oil, Nigel, it's called also, and it is anti-parasite. And this is one of the things, for example, you can do. But to test yourself, I would test the water. For example, you can test who you are, but you can also test what you're doing. You can test the air, you can test your water, and there is some little devices you can find on the internet that measure the charge ppm, the charge of residual. And the residual charge at 180 degree something on the bottles, you should see not more than 30 milligram. But all the waters in bottles, except two I have in France, have more than 200 ppm. Some go up to 3,000. It's residuals that should not be in your blood and not in your body to heal. We are 80% of water, so water is essential. So I have many things. So either you try and test your blood clot, or where you go to a doctor who's enlightened and who can do that. Then you test your environment, and then you choose what you eat. You don't take processed, you don't take sugar, you don't take processed food, don't take fluoride, and you detox. Detox with, there are two things with oxide graphene actually. One is what neutralize oxide graphene is zinc, NAC, and glutathione. And what eliminates it after it's been neutralized is more all the detox of the liver, like milk whistle, I would say, in English, chardonnay. There is what's the name? Oh yeah, horseradish, for example. And then you can eat all this antioxidant and liver. Very good for liver is all the cruciferous vegetables like broccoli, those all the same family as broccoli, garlic, onion, all this, all natural. We have to be very careful what's going on in the food industry in the US, especially today.
Okay, next question would be Howard, and then we'll go into roundtable questions.
Hi, Dr. Stuckelberger. My question basically is coming back to the vaccines and the false narrative of them. But I want to come from the context that we're entering into a phase where so many of our family and friends are being either injured or dying. I'm not sure what to blame, whether it's the vaccine or the 5G or whatever, but the point I'm making is, whatever was the narrative to entrap humanity moving forward into digitalized currency and the transhumanist generation, it seems that the vaccines may be backfiring in a way where people are going to rise up because of the death and the injuries. And perhaps those who, the Bill Gates of the world, those behind these programs to entrap humanity may have outsmarted themselves because of the mass damage to humanity that we are witnessing. We have friends and relatives who have died, and I'll say because of the vaccine now. And we're seeing more and more people who are wakening up. If they awaken, then they're also going to awaken to the things which you have shared with us. So do you see that perhaps the negative effects of the vaccines in this time frame may also be our saving grace?
Yeah, actually, yeah, I've thought about this like you. It's that sometimes you have to have people you're near the precipice to change. My family is like that. It's my brother's a doctor. His two children are doctors, and they hated me at the beginning, and now they're becoming kind and you know. So we have this shift. I'm not forcing anything on anybody, and I say you have the right. Let me have the right to speak and turn off. You know, if you hear anything on me, turn it off. But it's very delicate because they hate you for a while. You know, they don't understand. And it's like in grief, you have the Kubler-Ross had the grief stages of grief. You know, you're depressed, then you're upset, and then you can reconcile. And I think that there are many people who can be depressed now, and that they're going to have a lot of anger, very much anger, especially those who lost a child, because a lot of young people have died. And women are going, you know, women don't speak much. I mean, they normally they don't do politics so much, or at least not as much as they do now. And I think that that's thanks in, I mean, because of the fact that the pregnant women have all had problems. 95% have lost their child, apparently, according to many researchers. Now it's coming out. And my brother's a gynecologist, obstetrician, and I'm like, I know he's going to have problems. It's just impossible. This group of doctors is probably the ones that we can take on our side because they need help. They will need help because 95% of women who are pregnant lost their child during pregnancy or after, or the child is born with a disease or with an infection, a nanotech infection, or they had a nanotech. I have witnesses that have a child who was born after 1 year. His strength was so big, he grew up exponentially. He could walk after 6 months. He was climbing walls almost, and I was telling this experiment. I mean, I was like, and the child died because his strength was too strong at 2 years old. He smashed, and he was died. And the parents said, I think it's better like that, because so you see, you have this whole child development, and pregnant women is a very, very sensitive issue. And I think that women are going to be, they're already out there and not happy at all because they're losing their children and husband, and then all the fathers also, I think, are also going to go up because of their child, for example. So unfortunately, it's through the children and the babies that I think where life is the strongest. And although I think, you know, life is also the strongest at the end of your life, because that's when it's the most important. But you see, people care less. They say, "Oh no, but it's his age." And it's not his age. It's because they are precipitating death in all the age groups. And in old people, it's going to be a catastrophic data statistics when they will show the real statistics. I know this. So to answer your question, I think that this narrative, yes, is going to get worse. It's already getting out, and the doctors have started to confess, and that's good for them, to confess that they should never have done it, and they don't understand how to talk to their patient. They feel so bad. Some doctors have committed suicide because they realized what they did, and some others have admitted they signed a contract with pharma. They signed that they would not talk about, well, I don't know the real terms, but they signed that they would vaccinate, and they know some have been paid. I mean, probably all of them. So this is coming out small, little by little.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Stuckelberger. We're gonna switch over to Richard to start off roundtable.
Hi there. Can you see me? Yeah, you can. You probably see the top of my head, maybe. So yeah, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Astrid, for that. It was a really nice presentation. Anyway, thanks. And I agree. It's like when the pandemic started, first everyone was being bombarded with so much false information, and everyone just went with it and took the vaccines, and they were forced to take them. And you weren't even, like you said, you weren't allowed to talk about it with your family. You weren't allowed to question that. But now people are seeing that there's something strange after happening here. But again, I don't know if are the people pacified in some strange way or form, because you don't really see much questions about it now. You don't see much happening about it other than those in the know. But from the general public, it's just kind of like, oh, so that happened, and it's kind of forgotten about now. But thank you very much, Astrid. And I'm just going to quickly go to Magnus for a moment, who just has a word from us. Magnus, the president of EU Coalition. Are you there, Magnus?
Yes, Richard. I would like to thank all the speakers so deeply and so very, very from the bottom of my heart, because this control factor that we are facing now, that is something that attention and knowledge is the only way to encounter from us civilians. So I think we are doing a great job. So thank you all again. I would like to also say that James Giordano, he is the ethical advisor to the Human Brain Project and to Pentagon as well. And I spoke to him several times, and what he confirmed to me is pretty chilling, but it's confirming what we are speaking about here. That he said that we need a protection for civilians. Civilians must be able to protect their lives. That was what he said, the ethical professor. So after this, we could maybe go to the round table.
Yeah, sure. I believe so. So we have Magnus and Maria and Armin and Len, who I don't know if you have any questions for each other to kick it off, and I guess we could take some questions then as well from our viewers afterwards. I know we're running over a little bit of time, but I hope you all agree it's interesting stuff here, and I hope you can save another few minutes before we log off. So guys, yeah, if you have any questions for each other, please feel free to unmute your mic, the speakers, and work away.
I'll jump in if it's okay. This is Maria. And I had a question from Astrid. I'm super excited about getting to know you. And certainly your brilliance is such a gift to the world, and thank you for everything you've been doing and standing so rock solid on seeing it, saying something about it, and moving forward, because this infrastructure of the UN, I'm curious if in your activities over the decades at the UN, if there was a moment in time when you saw a shift. When was that, and what was the shift? And certainly the role of Bill Gates and them, the trajectory into hyperdrive. Was there a moment that stands out in your head when you said, whoa, what's going on? Did anything like that happen, or was it just pre-planned all the way?
That's a very good question. And I think I will have to sit down and write down everything wrong that I saw, because there has been through the years many incoherences, and I didn't know why, what's going on. For example, I was very young. I went to Norman Sartorius in the mental health division. I did my master's degree there on a very interesting topic. It's cross-cultural diagnostics. And you cannot take the same diagnostics in mental health in Africa or in Philippines or in the US. And in the US, it was only pharma, the response, of the research. And in Africa, it was a social diagnostic and everything. And I didn't see any follow-up to that. And I was just beside the traditional medicine. So I was curious. So I went to talk to the guy who was Dr. Khan. And just this already there, I was 28 years old, I thought, why is there not more on traditional medicine when we know that pharma is not the answer to everything? So that's one, but that was very early on, and many things like this happened. But where it accelerated really was, I would say after 99, I saw first with aging from 90 to 99, I saw that Ilona Kickbush was at the head of health promotion, and aging was under, and then the world cities, and now she's in the plan for the total grab of WHO. But aging was paid, under financed, and I always thought, why? So I was fighting for the rights of older persons and the right. And actually, this is the way I learned about the UN a lot. And there was no agency who got a finance for aging. UN Women had, UNICEF had, the migrants, but not aging. And I understood. It took me a while, but I created the Geneva International Network on Aging with WHO because they wanted me to be with them, and I was at the head of the Swiss program on aging. So anyway, we were there, and there was in the group a group called ISA. ISA is the International Social Security Association, and Dalmor Hoskins was the head. And so we went to dinner because his wife was with us, Gina, and so I got to know them a bit personally. And I said, why are you not? Why are we not financed for aging in the UN, anything? And then you have ISA on the side, and he laughed and went on. And I was young, so I didn't really think about it. But after I understood that ISA, the social security system, they're holding all the retirement money in a pocket, and ISA is managing it. And he was a Quaker, but I mean, so that was the second thing I'm thinking of now. But the biggest change was around the 2000 year, where it shifted when they created the UN Compact, when they created the UN Summit for Religious and Spiritual Leaders, and I was there. I even went to the World Economic Forum with them. But I just follow my destiny. So I know a lot about this. Also, what went on. Maurice Strong was there. I met Maurice Strong there, and Maurice Strong was an awful guy. And I was, what the heck is this guy? He's at the head of the University for Peace in Costa Rica, and he was the most awful, energetically. And also, I heard after I was confirmed that there was and this was held by a Jewish consortium of Ruda Finn, CNN, Maurice Strong, and I looked very naive blonde, which helps me in my life to be honest. But anyway, so I saw a change there, and I thought, what the heck is going on? Why are they not considering values, ethics, religion? And then they invite all those religious leaders in C100 at the WEF and in the UN. And now I understand, because they grabbed the whole system. So, and the last thing I'll say is when in the WHO, for 3 years I worked for this international health regulation, and then I taught it in the global health and human rights summer course I initiated and directed. And there that we had 1 week only on international health regulation with American students for 3 years. And we were working on this. And the second year, or was it the first year? I was invited to eat at the WHO by, what's his name? I forgot his name now. Yeah, it will come back. A guy who was there, and he told me, it's forbidden, Astrid, you cannot teach this. He was an expert on law and legal issues. What's his name? I will come back. And so he told me with another guy from WHO that I could not teach international health regulation. And they had already stopped the contract of Georgetown, me for the University of Geneva and Pretoria, because there was no funds, which makes no sense today. You see, now I understand why they stopped it. But he forbid me to Plotkin, Bruce Plotkin. He has a name funny. Plotkin is a very known name in the US, actually, I think in politics. Bruce Plotkin forbid me to teach international health regulation. And I said, but this is a university, you can teach what you want. So how can you forbid me? And 1 year later, after 3 years, it was closed. So he managed to close it. And they put in my section, somebody who was working on the vaccine, who was an awful guy from France, who's still there. And so all that happened in the 10 past years. That was bad. That looked really awful. It accelerated.
Could you give a list of the countries that you feel might actually be awake and know this is wrong and are with us? Do you know which ones those are?
The only that I'm almost sure was Madagascar, because he very early on, the head said, we believe in traditional medicine. We don't need your vaccine. The type of his response was really interesting. So in a way, in this pseudo pandemic, he was one of the countries, but I don't know them personally. But you're talking in general or just this situation?
The overall control of the WHO and the UN, and how the murder of 6 African presidents who refused to go along with the vax in their countries in Africa, and then the 7th was over in Haiti. And so I'm curious, there was obviously a lot of pressure. Are there any that are now able to be a little more bold now that time has passed and truth is starting to come to the surface? Are any willing to stand up that you're seeing that might want to challenge the shadow government?
Well, certainly Ethiopia, who opposed Tedros' re-election. And this is inside information. I'm sure I've met the 2 persons who told me about that. So this means that the Ethiopian government knows very well who is Tedros and doesn't want to be responsible for what he's doing.
I'm sorry, which government?
Ethiopia.
Okay.
Ethiopia, that's sure, because that happened just in May. Now, I'll have to ask a bit further to be sure of what I'm saying. What I can say is the African Union in general has always opposed the deep state, because Gaddafi was one of the person who opposed, and he got awfully attacked and killed. But he created, and he was supporting the fact to have gas to be independent with petrol and gas and all this. So I looked at the history of the African Union, and I saw that he was one of them. So now I guess Libya is no longer. So yeah. Otherwise, what I can say in general in the UN, I was always India and Brazil very often opposed the universal health coverage. They had an agenda, the WHO, of 6 strategic points, and one was to implement universal health coverage, which means everybody has a health system they can control, even if it was for $1 per person in India. It's a huge health system. So there were 2 countries, and Brazil, the Brazilian, I remember she was there and she said, no, we will never accept universal health coverage in those conditions. And so it's just a few clues, but I will look into, next time I meet the people, I will ask them if they see more.
Thank you.
If I may, I have a question for Armin. Hi, was very good to hear your presentation, and I have a question about the inherent conflict between national security and public safety. And you basically gave us an answer that it's not going to play out well in the legal system or even in Congress. But how do you think this conflict may play out in the court of public opinion? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Len. You also gave an excellent presentation on the Havana syndrome. And yeah, it's very hard to overcome national security as an argument. And if you rely on the public to do something, the problem here is that the media are controlled. So you have a lot of government influence on the media. And there are many mechanisms, and I think even the COVID stimulus was used for exercising control over information presented by the media. And I think you can control people by controlling the information. So if people are not informed correctly, they come to the wrong conclusions. I mean, that is one of the ideas of cognitive warfare, that you can manipulate perceptions, you can manipulate thinking, and thereby manipulate the actions of people. So I think the major challenge we have in terms of changing perceptions is to reach the general public. And yeah, here we have already this totalitarian mindset where people are just closing their eyes to the obvious things that they see around them happening. And and yeah, I think you can call it cognitive dissonance or gaslighting. They know that something's wrong, but they don't want to deal with it. Yeah, and I think especially when it concerns things like the vaccine, people just don't want to talk about it. They don't want to think about it. And at the moment, I don't think it's going to get challenged. So, so it's very hard to, because they have exploited those kinds of psychological mechanisms. And I think there's a lot of very sophisticated psychological manipulation that is going on, especially with respect to the way the COVID-19 crisis was rolled out and the public was manipulated. And I think that it was psychological warfare. So a lot of thinking went into how you can get people around and get people compliant with that thing. So maybe we have to think along the same lines. Think of it as psychological warfare and engage in some psychological warfare of our own, which raises an ethical dilemma, whether we want to manipulate others to achieve our objectives.
Thank you. I think we're all participating at this cognitive opposition right now by participating in this conference. Thank you for your answer, Armin. If I may also ask Dr. Stuckelberger a question, specifically about your statement on the graphene oxide being found in the vaccine products. What do you think was the mechanism? How was it made possible that an ingredient in a medical product was not disclosed to the public? It's a part of the composition. You said multiple scientists, multiple sources repeatedly found this nanoparticle material, but it was not a part, was not disclosed in the composition. Is it country specific or is it like a worldwide mechanism? And maybe some countries have some kind of legal mechanism to enforce this disclosure. I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, in fact, yeah, I wondered myself, how it's possible that it goes like that, because normally in research, you never accept, as in the ethics review committee of WHO, we had many research international, and we had to, do the whole, I have all the papers, I can show you how it goes. It's really clear. You have to fill in a lot of cases just to make a pilot study, and normally the first question is no conflict of interest, especially when you are dealing with humans and biological material. So research like Pfizer could not be conducting the research, monitoring the results, marketing the campaign. And this is a campaign. It's not we never do campaigns of research. And so that's the first point. It's that the breach on ethics was huge and nobody's talking about it. But there is a real protocol in research ethics. You cannot just do it like, and they were not paying for secondary effect. Normally after 5 to 10, no, even 5 to 10 deaths, you start to question what's going on. And I know Dr. Kulo says 50, but I think very quickly a death is unacceptable. But and then you make an autopsy, and then you see, and then blah. So that's one thing, is that they managed to breach the ethics completely. Why? Because Bill Gates, dear Bill Gates, he has been invading. I would say invading all the map. If you take the mapping of scientific research and scientific validation, he has been buying the Cochrane Systematic Review, which one of the most important scientific journal. He kicked out the director general from Denmark, and he bought the journal. So he bought the journal, he bought the universities, he bought the medical ethics committee, he bought this. It's written on plain. You can see his logo everywhere. So the second thing is that the normal validation process in the EU or in any research committee or review committee has been bought in by the same people. And so that's very difficult for some to understand, but the scientific system in general, from university hospitals to universities to all the editors-in-chief, like the Lancet, what's his name? He was always in, what's his name? He was always in WHO, the head of the Lancet, Richard Horton. So they were already since 10 years, 20 years preparing this. So then the other one, so that's the system of medical. And the other one, which is really huge, is that 2005, when James Wolfenson steps down from the World Bank, President Bush puts Wolfowitz at the head of the World Bank. And he was, warmonger, etc. He signs directly a contract with WHO and Gavi. So World Bank is the member states' money. World Health Organization is the member states' money plus some donors, and Gavi in vaccine immunization. And they create something called IFFIM, International Finance Facility for Immunization Equal Vaccine, based on Goldman Sachs thing. And they create bonds, vaccine bonds. So the vaccines are on the market. I'm not an economist, but I would invite anybody to go and look at the website, and you will understand it's still there. It's in plain. It's open face, it's open to public, open source. And so it means there is a money system with the bonds where everybody is grabbed, the heads of the association of medical gynecologists, of medical this, that, and they all play with the vaccine. So the corruption is so huge in the whole system that they breached everything. And the EU is actually today not a government, it's a dictatorship. So we can see it now happening. And another sign is that the vials were ordered in autumn 2019. The vials of the vaccine. It's a company in Germany who had, I don't know how many million, I have the article somewhere, You can find it. And so if the vials were ordered in 2019, it is clearly a coup monté. It's clearly that you are going to create the conditions to use those vials. You see, so I don't know if I answered your question, but there are many signs, and not only signs, evidence that they had a highway, open highway.
I understand. Thank you. I was specifically asking about the mechanism that allowed them not to disclose the ingredients.
Oh, well, it's part of the corruption.
Okay.
Because there is normally in Europe there's the EMA, who is the validation process of any vaccine. There is a whole there are some steps, but each step had been corrupted.
Thank you, Doctor.
If it's helpful, we actually had a Pfizer whistleblower who provided us with documentation. She was on the Q&A process, and she explained to us that she would receive the ingredients and there was no way to know what even was in them when they would receive them. So on the production line, they would receive bags. They had nothing, no way from a quality assurance perspective, in her view. She was young, but she said there was just no real process. Some of the bags came from out of country, and her way of seeing what her job function was supposed to be versus what she was even enabled to do. And she said, we just took these bags, they came in, they went.
Yeah, and the notice in the thank you for that. Really, didn't know the notice in the bag in the bag. The notice of it was empty. There are lawyers who took out the notice of what is in the vaccine, and you open it and it's blank.
Right.
They're so arrogant. They're making fun out of us. It's funny.
They already won, which is the problem.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just going to ask Dr. Krishnan, you said that it was something that I had thought about myself before as well, about possibly manipulating the minds of people to actually be able to see the truth of what's happening in the world at the moment. It seems that this is cognitive warfare, and it would be stupid of us to think that we can just, by spreading information, somehow get people to understand what's really happening in the world. I mean, they manipulate social media from all angles, and they know how to they know cognitive warfare. Like, any ideas or suggestions on what we would actually need to do to rather than just spreading the word, to actually drill this information into people's minds, literally?
Well, we need to better understand the mechanisms of psychological warfare, what they are actually exploiting, and expose that. So, for example, the nudging. So that is a psychological technique that can get people to comply with things by just structuring their options and give them one preferable option and a couple of bad options, and then nudge them into going in the direction that they want them to go into. And we're seeing that in many things that they are currently rolling out. So we need to expose these exact mechanisms, and also the language that they are using. So it's very important to understand the use of words and how they're twisting the meaning of words. And yeah, for example, they've used the term conspiracy theory for discrediting anything that goes against the dominant or the mainstream narrative. And now they're using the term QAnon. So anything that contradicts what is officially put out is now called QAnon. And that is a means of discrediting people and ideas. So we might think about exposing that and maybe even exploiting some of those mechanisms in order to get people at least thinking about what is happening around them. I mean, Google has become unusable for a research tool or as a research tool because the results are so highly manipulated. And the only way of getting around it is using alternative social media or alternative search engines building parallel systems, parallel infrastructure. So I don't see the darknet as something very threatening. Actually, in some ways, it can be a solution. It is potentially beneficial that people have anonymity on the internet, and that ideas cannot be so easily suppressed, as is the case with the kind of internet that they are trying to push on us, which is highly controlled, highly censored. And so I'm in favor of alternative solutions, parallel systems.
Thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, look, I'm just very conscious that we're running over time. Probably a lot at this stage, and everybody would like to get their lunch or their dinner or whatever it is. So have a look at European Coalition Facebook page. You can address any other questions you have there. You can contact me or Magnus. And I guess I'd like to thank very much all the speakers for really, really nice presentations today, and for all the questions and for your patience with us as well. And I really hope we can have more of these conferences in the future. And Magnus, would you like to say anything before we leave?
Yeah, the same thing again. Thank you very much. And awareness and information and basic information from a source that is 100%. That is what we have to rely upon to come up and wake up a little bit of the general public, because the Havana syndrome is a huge, it's known now worldwide, but a lot of people think that, and when I spoke to the ethical professor, Daniel, he said that no, we need protection for civilian people, and that is, I want to repeat that, and I want to thank you all and please feel free to think about new solutions and new ways, and we will see each other probably in the future, near future maybe, some of us. And I would also say that the next conference will be announced in approximately 1 to 2 months. Yes, that's what I had to say to round up.
Thanks, Magnus, and thanks everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
you all. Bye-bye.